17 Degrees Off Course. By Aressa. Chapter 1. Everything in its place. The Aethon breathes differently at 5 a.m. Dae knows this the way she knows most things about the ship. Not as knowledge exactly, but as a second nervous system laid over the original one. 15 years of listening until the ship's voices became indistinguishable from her own pulse. The recyclers on the upper decks run a half cycle longer in the early hours, compensating for the drop in atmospheric demand while the crew sleeps. The drive array 3 levels below her feet produces a faint sub-bass vibration that she stopped consciously registering sometime in her 3rd year, and now only notices when it stops. The emergency lighting in Corridor B flickers once, always once, at the 40-minute mark of the 3rd shift. She has submitted the maintenance order 4 times. She has stopped being annoyed about it. She walks the route she has walked every morning for 15 years. The walkthrough takes 93 minutes. It covers 4 decks, 11 corridor junctions, the primary and secondary life support panels, the structural integrity monitors at sections A through F, and the atmospheric control relays at every intersection point. She could send a junior officer. She sends herself. This is not, she has told Ren on at least 3 occasions, a control issue. It is thoroughness. Ren has the specific expression for this particular explanation that involves no change in her face whatsoever, which is how Dae knows Ren does not agree. The ship is perfect this morning. It is perfect most mornings. That is the result of 15 years of exactness, of attention maintained past the point where most people's attention wanders, of treating every small deviation as a conversation the ship is trying to have. Dae listens. She responds. The ship stays perfect. Corridor C is quiet when she reaches it. The overhead panel 2 meters from the junction has been running at 97% luminosity since Tuesday, which is within tolerance but not where she prefers it. She stops. Notes it on the handheld without breaking stride. She'll file the maintenance requests before first briefing. You're 3 minutes early. Ren is leaning against the wall beside the Section C life support panel with a cup of something that steams in the recycled air. They are the only person on the ship who speaks to Dae in the ship's quiet hours without preamble, without rank prefix, without any of the small verbal adjustments people make when they're not sure how a commander will receive them. Ren has been speaking to her this way since the 2nd year. When Dae made some small error in professional distance that Ren apparently interpreted as permission, she has never corrected it. The drive compensator on Deck 4 ran long, Dae says, making the notation. I waited for the cycle to complete before moving off the level. Of course you did. Ren holds out the second cup Dae has just noticed is in their other hand. I made it at 4:57. I may have gambled. Dae takes the cup without comment. The coffee is exactly the temperature she prefers, which means Ren calculated this. She does not point that out. How's the shoulder? Ren asks. Functional. You rolled it in the decompression drill on Monday. I said functional. Ren looks at her with the unhurried patience of a person who has been having this exact category of conversation for 20 years, and has never once expected a different answer, and has also never once stopped asking. You did. You also reached past your midline range with your left arm twice in the last 30 seconds without noticing. Dae becomes aware that she is, in fact, holding the cup with both hands and that her left shoulder is positioned in the specific way it isn't supposed to be positioned. She adjusts. I'll see you at afternoon rounds. You'll see me at afternoon rounds, Ren agrees pleasantly. And the shoulder will still be there. They push off the wall and begin walking in the opposite direction, which is toward medical. Corridor panel's been vibrating since 0300. Might want to check the housing. Dae is already turning toward Corridor A. The panel housing is loose. It takes 40 seconds to reseat it properly. Whoever did the last service on it over-torqued the secondary mount and the vibration was working the primary loose in compensation. She logs the original service tech, notes the correct torque specification and moves on. This is not, she thinks, unusual. This is the work. The ship is a system of systems and every system requires attention and the attention is not tedious, it is necessary, and she is the person best equipped to provide it. She has thought this every morning for 15 years. The observation port on Deck 2 is the last stop on the walkthrough. Technically it is not on the route. She added it herself in year 3, without filing the modification because there is no category in the walkthrough documentation for standing at a window for 4 minutes before beginning the command day. It is the one inefficiency she has built into the schedule. Ren has never mentioned it, which means Ren knows. She stands at the port. The dark between stars is absolute in a way that no recording, no simulation, no recreation has ever captured correctly. It is not the darkness of a room with the lights off. It is not the darkness behind closed eyes. It is the specific darkness of distance, of the absence of anything that has ever been touched by light, and it goes on in every direction farther than any human scale of measurement means anything. 3 generations of her ship's crew have looked at this darkness. Their children will look at it. Their children's children. She looks at it every morning and it does not move her the way she suspects it is supposed to move her. What she feels standing here is something more like recognition. The dark between stars is comprehensible to her. It is the space between one thing and another. It is what you navigate by your instruments through because the darkness itself gives nothing back. You can know exactly where you are in relation to it and still find nothing in it that reaches back. She has never thought about this consciously. She stands at the port for 4 minutes and 12 seconds, which is slightly longer than usual, and she could not tell you what occupied the extra 12 seconds. Then she turns and walks to the command deck to begin the day. The first briefing is at 0700 with Sapphic, who has been her second in command for 6 years and who has the steady, fixed-point quality of someone who has decided that the people around him need an anchor. He is reliable in the way that structural members are reliable. You do not think about them until you need them, and when you need them they hold. Overnight report, he says, and delivers it in the flat, information-dense shorthand they have developed over years of morning briefings. Atmospheric readings across all decks. Drive array output, 7 days trending. The recycler maintenance cycle completion rates. Navigation confirmation. Course steady, 0.3 degree variance corrected at 0200 within normal. New cohort integration status, Dae says when the technical items are complete. Sapphics expression does not change in any way that most people would register. On track. 10 of 13 are running to schedule on their first week evaluations. The other 3. 2 are behind on navigation certification. 1 is. He pauses. Not hesitation. Sapphic does not hesitate. It is the pause of someone choosing the accurate word carefully. Ahead of schedule on technical certifications and behind on protocol compliance. Name. Varis. Solène Varis. She does not recognize the name, which is correct. She does not learn recruit names until there is a reason to. Specifics. She resubmitted the orientation technical brief with annotations last night. Sent it to the full cohort distribution. The annotations were. Another careful pause. Extensive. Dae looks at him. She also flagged 3 items in the brief as containing compounding inefficiencies that she says would result in a cascade failure in the Section D life support relay within 14 months. He sets the annotated brief on the desk in front of her without further comment, which is Sapphics' version of an opinion. Dae looks at the brief. It has been comprehensively marked in a hand that is precise and rapid and entirely without apology. She reads the first flag section, then the second. Then she turns to page 7 and reads the technical argument laid out there in 5 dense paragraphs. She does not look up for a long time. Pull the original Section D specifications, she says. Sapphic is already handing them to her. She reads them against the recruit's analysis for 4 minutes in complete silence. Sapphic waits. He is very good at waiting, she trained him. She's right about the cascade, Dae says finally. Yes. The brief she rewrote is more accurate. Also yes. Dae sets both documents down. She distributed it without authorization. She did. She is a first-week recruit who rewrote and redistributed official documentation without consulting her cohort supervisor or any senior officer. That is an accurate summary of events, Sapphic says. Dae considers this. Brief the cohort supervisor. I'll want to see this Varis in my office this afternoon. She picks up the original brief and sets it to one side of her desk, which is where things go when they require more thought than the morning allows. Then she picks up the annotated version and, after a moment, sets it on top of the original. Sapphic notes this almost certainly. He says nothing. What else? Dae says, and they continue. The walkthrough is over at 0648. The briefing ends at 0730. In the 11 minutes between, Dae stands in her office and looks at the annotated brief and thinks about a cascade failure in the Section D relay that no one else caught for 4 months, and about the specific quality of a hand that marks up a document without softening the corrections, and about nothing in particular. Her thumb presses against the side of her index finger. She does not notice. Through the narrow window above her desk, the dark between stars continues its absolute and unreturning patience. She has 17 reports to file before the morning is over. She files the first one and then the second and the third, and the day begins in earnest. The ship is perfect. She keeps it that way. Chapter 2: The wrong shape for the room. The thing about the orientation brief is that it was wrong. Not stylistically wrong, not wrong in the way of a preference or a school of thought or a difference in methodology. Wrong in the verifiable, demonstrable, this specific number produces, this specific outcome way that Solène has always found the most clarifying category of wrong, because you cannot argue with it. You can argue about interpretation. You cannot argue about a cascade failure. A cascade failure is a cascade failure. It does not care about your feelings. She spent 4 hours on the annotation. She knows this is not what she was supposed to do with the orientation brief. She was supposed to read it, sign the acknowledgement form, and appear on the command deck at 0700 with the 12 other recruits in her cohort looking attentive and appropriately nervous. She did the reading. She filed the acknowledgement with a note attached, which is technically within procedural bounds if you read the footnote on page 14 of the protocol documentation, which she had. She is going to be attentive. She is not, and has never been, appropriately nervous. The command deck is at the far end of corridor B7, and the signage is adequate but not optimal, and she arrives at 0712 because she stopped to look at a panel housing in corridor A that was vibrating at a frequency that suggested a loose secondary mount. She did not fix it. She noted the torque specification in her personal log and sent a flag to the maintenance queue and kept walking, and she is 12 minutes late, and the room is already full. 12 people look at her when she enters. 11 of them do this in the way people look at someone who has just walked in late to a room where punctuality was expected. One of them, a young woman with close-cropped hair and a particular quality of stillness in her face that suggests she is paying very close attention to everything simultaneously, does it differently. Solène files this away and finds her seat. The cohort supervisor is a lieutenant named Foray who delivers the orientation in the flat, uninflected register of someone presenting information for the 47th time. He is not unkind. He has simply arrived at a point of equilibrium with the material where passion and accuracy have become the same thing, and both of them are moderate. Solène takes notes. Her notes are detailed, cross-referenced, and contain 17 annotations of their own, because she cannot read a technical document without responding to it. This is not a choice she makes. It is the way her mind works, which she has made peace with mostly. The brief is distributed at minute 23. She has already read it, has already annotated it, has already sent the annotated version to the cohort distribution list. She watches the room read. She watches 3 people notice the Section D item and look at each other. She watches the cohort supervisor continue presenting without looking at his own copy, which is how she knows he hasn't read it recently. She is not going to say anything. She is absolutely going to say something. The Section D analysis, she says, in the brief pause between the 3rd and 4th items on the orientation agenda, has 3 compounding errors that produce a cascade failure in the life support relay within approximately 14 months. I flagged them in the version I sent to distribution last night, but I wanted to note it in session because I wasn't sure everyone had time to read the updated version. 11 heads turn toward her. The cohort supervisor stops. Solène waits. She has been told, not good at waiting. This is not true. She is excellent at waiting when she has said the thing that needed to be said and is now allowing the room to process it. What she is not good at is waiting while a thing that needs to be said goes unsaid. Recruit Varis, the cohort supervisor says, in the tone of someone who is selecting from several possible responses, the brief you're referring to is official documentation approved by senior engineering staff. I know. The cascade failure analysis is in my annotations if you want to review it. I can also walk through the math if that would be helpful. Silence. And then from the front of the room, show us the math. The voice is not the cohort supervisor's. It comes from the direction of the briefing room door, which Solène has not been watching because the door is behind her, and she did not hear it open. She turns. The commander is standing in the doorway. Solène has seen her twice before this, both times at a distance. Once on the observation level during the new cohort arrival, once in Corridor C during a maintenance walkthrough where Solène had stopped to look at an atmospheric relay, and the commander had looked at her with the specific evaluative attention of someone cataloging a variable. She is taller than she registers at a distance. Her uniform is the same as everyone else's and looks nothing like everyone else's in a way Solène cannot immediately quantify. Her eyes are dark and hold eye contact with a directness that is not aggressive and is also not comfortable. The math, the commander says again. Solène presents the math. It takes 11 minutes. She does not use notes. When she finishes, the room is quiet for a moment. Thank you, Recruit Varis, the commander says with no inflection whatsoever, and then she is gone and the briefing continues and Solène spends the rest of it thinking about the specific quality of being looked at by a person who is genuinely paying attention, which is different from being looked at by a person who is performing attention, and she has only just learned to tell them apart. Yuki is waiting for her in the corridor afterward with a meal bar, and an expression of absolute composure that means she is trying not to have an expression. You were 12 minutes late and you rewrote their documentation, Yuki says. The documentation needed rewriting. I know. I read your annotations. The Section D thing is going to be a whole situation. She holds out the meal bar. Did you know she was going to come in? No. You didn't look surprised. I wasn't surprised. Solène takes the meal bar. She is aware that this is not an entirely accurate statement, but surprised is not the right word for what she was. She was recalibrated maybe, like a reading that comes back different than you expected and makes you reassess the instrument. She asked for the math. She did. Yuki falls into step beside her. They have been doing this since the 4th day of transit preparation, when they were assigned adjacent quarters and Yuki had appeared at Solène's door with a question about the water reclamation schedule, and they had somehow spent the next 2 hours talking about everything else. It is the most uncomplicated friendship Solène has had since she was 17, which she thinks has something to do with Yuki's specific quality of choosing a person and not revisiting the choice. What was she like? Up close. Precise, Solène says, which is true, and then stops, which is less true, because there are other words and she is not going to use them yet. Precise, Yuki repeats. That's it? You rewrote their official documentation and presented the math in front of 12 people and the commander herself, and the word you're going with is precise. She's going to put me on report, Solène says instead. Yuki looks at the ceiling. Probably. I would put me on report. I know. Are you worried about it? Solène considers this genuinely, in the way she considers most things, by rotating it, looking at the angles. She is not worried about the report. A report is a document. A document is a record of an event that has already been correctly assessed by the person filing it, which means the commander agrees that she was insubordinate and also that she was right, and those two things being simultaneously true is the cleanest possible outcome of this morning. What she is something else, something that doesn't have a precise technical name, something in the category of attention paid and received that she has not fully processed. Not about the report, she says. Yuki does not push, which is one of the reasons they are friends. The mess hall at midday is loud in the specific way of a ship that has learned to exist within its own noise. Solène takes a tray to the table in the far corner, which has the best sight line to the main entrance and the secondary corridor junction and is therefore the table with the most information available to anyone sitting at it, and she props her copy of the Section F hydraulics manual against the tray and eats and reads and annotates. The annotations today are in the margins, which are narrow. She uses a stylus she keeps behind her ear while working and transfers it to her jacket pocket when she needs to appear like she is not about to start annotating something. She is always about to start annotating something. At the table 2 over, a group of the other cohort recruits are talking about the briefing. She listens without appearing to. The conversation is the expected one. Impressed, nervous, trying to find the story of this morning that makes the most sense of what happened. In most of the versions she is either very brave or very stupid. These are not, she has found, mutually exclusive. In one version, which she hears in fragments, someone says, I just want to know what Varis is thinking half the time. And someone else says, She's not thinking. She just says things. And the first person says, "That's not what never mind." Solène writes a note in the margin of the hydraulics manual. It has nothing to do with hydraulics. The commander does not appear in the mess hall at midday. Solène does not notice herself noticing this. She returns to the hydraulics manual, which has 12 additional annotations by the time she finishes eating, and she stacks her tray and collects her stylus and goes back to the corridor. At the junction of B7 and the main access corridor, she stops. The loose panel housing she flagged this morning has been reseated. The vibration is gone. The correction is clean, you can tell by the absence of the compensatory stress pattern on the primary mount. Someone knew what they were looking for. She stands there for a moment looking at the panel. Then she files the observation in her personal log under a category she has labeled miscellaneous pending and keeps walking. That evening in the lower mess hall, she opens the hydraulics manual again and does not read it. What she does instead is think about a voice asking for the math without softening the request into a question. About the quality of attention that is not performance. About a room where she was the wrong shape for the space, too loud, too early, too much, and a door opening and the room reconfiguring around a different center of gravity entirely. She is not doing this, she tells herself. She is absolutely not doing this already. Her stylus moves across the margin of page 47. She looks at what she has written. 3 words in her own shorthand. She closes the manual. She goes to bed early, which she never does, and lies awake for an hour and a half staring at the upper bunk, and eventually she picks up the manual again and spends 2 hours annotating the structural integrity specifications because that is a productive use of her time and also because her brain needs to be doing something or it will do this instead, and she has already decided that she is not doing this. The annotation runs to 4 pages by the time she finishes. She falls asleep with the stylus still in her hand. Chapter 3 on report. The office smells like recycled air, and the faint metallic undertone that never fully leaves a ship that has been sealed against the void for 3 generations. Dae has stopped noticing this. She notices everything about the office, the atmospheric readout on the far wall that she checks without meaning to, the panel above the secondary terminal that has always run slightly warm, the specific quality of the light at this hour in the afternoon, except the smell, which has been there so long it has become part of the baseline. She has the annotated brief on her desk and the original beside it and Varis's full personnel file open on the terminal. 28 years old. Born in transit like almost everyone on the Aethon. Technical certifications in structural engineering, atmospheric systems, hydraulics and propulsion theory. Most of them completed at an age that suggests she worked through the standard curriculum at a pace the program was not designed for. Academic record. Marked consistently as exceptional. Requires independent challenge, difficulty integrating with standard cohort pacing. The notes from her training supervisor 2 years prior are almost identical to the notes from her training supervisor 4 years before that, which means either Varis has a consistent pattern or the training program produces consistent supervisors, and Dae suspects both things are true. One flag, 18 months ago, distributed an unsanctioned technical analysis to senior engineering staff challenging the approved methodology for Deck 4 atmospheric calibration. The analysis was incorporated into the revised calibration protocol 6 weeks later. The flag remained on her record. Dae looks at this for a moment. The door signal sounds. "Enter," she says, and does not look up from the file immediately, because she learned early that the first second after a person enters a room tells you more than the first sentence they speak. What she hears. Footsteps that do not hesitate. The door sealing behind without any of the micro-adjustments people make when they are uncertain of their welcome. She looks up. Varis is standing in front of her desk in the correct posture for a disciplinary meeting, which is to say at ease but not relaxed, hands at her sides, face forward. She is, Dae notes, doing this correctly in the same way that she did everything in the briefing this morning correctly, with a technical precision that is entirely divorced from the spirit of the thing. She is in the right position. She is not performing the deference the position is supposed to indicate. Her eyes, when Dae meets them, are a dark hazel and entirely steady. "Recruit Varis," Dae says. "Commander." Dae sets the file down and folds her hands on the desk and looks at her. This usually produces a response. Most people, under a sustained look in a disciplinary context, find something to do. They speak, they shift, they offer the explanation they have been preparing since they were summoned. Varis does none of these things. She looks back. She is Dae realizes waiting. You distributed an unauthorized version of official documentation to your cohort without consulting your supervisor or any senior officer, Dae says. Yes. You did this on your first full day of assignment to the command deck. Yes. Is there something you'd like to say? A pause. The pause of someone who has more to say than the question technically invites and is deciding how much of it to deliver. The documentation was incorrect. Specifically incorrect in a way that would have caused a cascade failure in the Section D life support relay within 14 months. I flagged the errors in the annotated version. I can explain the technical basis in detail if that would be useful. I've read your analysis. And Dae looks at her. The cascade failure projection, Varis says without particular emphasis, is accurate. I would rather know that the analysis is wrong than have the relay fail in 14 months. So if there's an error in my reasoning, I'm asking you to tell me what it is. The specific quality of her directness is interesting. It is not aggression. It is not the particular performance of confidence that Dae has observed in ambitious junior officers who have learned that confidence reads as competence and have begun deploying it as a strategy. It is the directness of someone who has found that the fastest path between 2 points is a straight line and has not yet been given sufficient reason to prefer the longer routes. There is no error in your reasoning, Dae says. Varis blinks once. She had not expected that. Good. The cascade analysis is correct, Dae continues. The documentation will be revised. That is not the issue under discussion. The protocol violations. 3 of them. Distributing unauthorized documentation. Presenting unsolicited criticism of official materials in a formal briefing without prior authorization. Modifying and redistributing official records without command oversight. Varis opens her mouth. The Section F hydraulics manual, Dae says, has 17 annotations in the copy submitted with your evening check-in. She lets this sit. I'll add a 4th violation if you tell me those were unauthorized too. The corner of Varis's mouth moves. It is extremely small and extremely fast and she stops it almost immediately, but Dae catches it. The reader understands that this is not quite defiance and is not quite amusement and is something that does not have a clean category in the disciplinary framework she is currently operating within. The hydraulics manual annotations are personal notes, Varis says. I keep them separate from official copies. That's not what your check-in log shows. A beat. I may have submitted the wrong file. Dae looks at her for a long moment. I'm placing you on report for the 3 violations cited. The report will be in your record and reviewed at your 60-day evaluation. It will not affect your current assignments. She picks up the annotated brief and sets it to the side of her desk. That means filed, not discarded. The cascade analysis will be attributed to you in the revision documentation. That is standard procedure when a correction originates with a crew member. Varis is very still. Is that a problem? Dae asks. No. A pause. Thank you. You're dismissed. She does not move immediately, which is unusual. People who are dismissed from a disciplinary meeting want to be somewhere else. The body communicates this even when the person is controlling the rest of their presentation. Varis is standing as if she is weighing something. Was there something else? Dae asks. The panel housing in Corridor A Junction, Varis says. I flagged it this morning. The torque specification I noted in my log. I'm assuming whoever corrected it used the same spec, but if they use the standard specification it will be over-torqued again within a week. The pause is very brief. The correct torque specification for that mount type is 17 Newton meters, not the standard 22. Dae looks at her. Varis looks back. Noted, Dae says, which is not a confirmation that she is the person who corrected the panel, and they both know it, and Varis nods once and leaves. The door seals behind her without a sound. Dae sits in the quiet for a moment. Her thumb is pressed against the side of her index finger. She is not certain when that started. She picks up the hydraulics manual annotation file and reads through it without any particular intention, and then sets it down and goes back to the 17 reports that were waiting before Varis arrived, and are still waiting now. She files 9 of them before Ren appears in her doorway. You heard, Dae says without looking up. Tavik mentioned the briefing. Ren settles into the chair across from her desk with the ease of someone who has sat in that chair enough times that it no longer requires an invitation. How'd it go? Fine. 3 violations written report, 60-day review. The cascade analysis? She's right. We're revising the brief. Obviously. Ren looks at her in the comfortable way they have developed, which involves no particular expression and a quality of attention that Dae has given up trying to deflect. You could have just told her she was right. She was also insubordinate. Both things are true. Ren picks up the personnel file from the corner of the desk, reads for a moment, and sets it back down. She put the analysis on record before she came in here. She wasn't protecting herself. She already knew the violations were real. She just wanted to make sure the correct data survived the report. Dae does not answer. That's either very principled or very interesting, Ren says, depending on what you're looking at. They stand. I'll have the shoulder evaluation ready by 0800. And yes, you're coming. I said. Functional. I know. I also know what rolled shoulder compensation looks like at 6 weeks without treatment, and I'm telling you as your physician, not as your friend, although both of us share the opinion. They pause at the door. Have you eaten today? Yes. Ren looks at her. I had the coffee. That is not. Ren stops. Breathe. I'll have something sent. You don't need to. But they are already gone, which is another of the liberties they have taken over 15 years that Dae has not corrected and now suspects she is not going to. She returns to the reports. The annotated brief is at the edge of her desk in the filed pile, where the things go that require more thought. She does not look at it again. Her thumb is still against her index finger, and she becomes aware of it at some point around the 12th report and moves her hands apart and keeps working. The ship is perfect. She keeps it that way. And somewhere in the Section D relay, a cascade failure that will now never happen continues not happening, which no one will notice, which is, she thinks, the best possible version of the work. Chapter 4: What Yuki Knows. The mess hall at late shift has a particular quality that Solène has come to rely on. The light is lower, the tables are mostly empty, and no one is performing anything for anyone. The crew that comes here at this hour comes to eat, not to be seen eating. And there is something honest about that which she finds restorative in the way that she does not always find other people restorative. She has a bowl of whatever the nutritional rotation has designated as evening and a mug of tea and the Section F hydraulics addendum that she has been working through since she realized that the main manual's approach to thermal expansion in the pressure joints makes 3 assumptions that are technically sound in isolation and collectively produce a margin of error she finds uncomfortable. The margin is within tolerance. That is not the same as the margin being fine. Yuki arrives at 2140 and puts her own tray down across from Solène's with the unself-consciousness of someone who decided some weeks ago that they were sharing a table, and has not revisited the decision. She steals one of Solène's bread portions without asking. Solène does not comment on this because she was not going to eat it and Yuki knows this. You submitted the right hydraulics file, Yuki says. I know. You know. I checked. Solène makes a note in the margin. The note is about thermal expansion coefficients and is also about the fact that she made an error in front of the commander and then compounded it by claiming it was the wrong file, which was not a lie exactly, it was an imprecise characterization of events which she does not like. I submitted the annotated version. I thought I was submitting the plain version. The commander probably thinks it was intentional. It wasn't. I know. She doesn't. Yuki eats for a moment. She has the quality of comfortable silence that Solène has noticed in very few people, which is the quality of not needing to fill a pause with speech, combined with the quality of knowing exactly when a pause should be filled. She has gotten the timing right approximately 90% of the time since Solène met her. How did it go? The meeting. Solène sets down the stylus. She acknowledged the cascade analysis was correct. Good. Before she put me on report. Also as expected. Yuki is watching her. She does this without making it obvious, which is one of the things Solène likes about her. That's not the face you make about a report. What face am I making? The face you make when you're thinking about something you've decided you're not thinking about. Solène picks up her mug. The tea is the temperature she prefers, which is too hot for most people. She has calibrated the replicator in the lower mess hall specifically for this, which is a minor abuse of technical access and also the best decision she has made this week. She noticed the panel housing. Yuki blinks. What? In corridor A. I flagged it this morning. Someone corrected it. And when I mentioned the correct torque specification in the meeting, she didn't say it wasn't her. She looks at the mug. It's 17 Newton meters, not 22. The standard spec over torques that mount type. Most engineers don't know that. It's in a footnote in the 3rd edition housing manual that was superseded by the 4th edition, which removed the footnote. Yuki is quiet for a moment. So she knew the footnote. Yes. From a manual that hasn't been in standard circulation for how long? 8 years approximately. Another silence. Solène. I'm not doing anything. I didn't say you were. You were about to. Yuki tears a piece of her bread and considers the ceiling for a moment. This is her version of composing a response carefully, which Solène has learned to recognize. I was going to say that the expression on your face right now is the same expression you had in the 3rd week of systems training when you finally understood the propulsion array thermodynamics, and you described that as everything clicking into place. That's not the same. You're right, it's different, Yuki says agreeably. Because at the time you were very excited about propulsion dynamics and you are currently trying very hard to be calm. Solène looks at her. Yuki looks back with the mild, friendly expression of someone who has absolutely no reason to feel guilty about anything. She put me on report, Solène says. She also acknowledged you were right. She had to acknowledge I was right. The math is the math. She didn't have to do it in the meeting. She could have let the revision happen and attributed it to senior engineering review. And you'd have had a report and no acknowledgement. This is true, and Solène has been not thinking about it since approximately the moment she left the commander's office. It's standard procedure. I know. Yuki steals the second bread portion without asking. You talk about her like she's a problem you haven't solved yet. The statement lands the way Yuki's accurate statements land, which is without warning and directly in the part of Solène's brain where she keeps the things she has been almost thinking. Is that what I'm doing? You've been describing the meeting for 20 minutes. Yuki says. And you haven't used her rank once. Solène opens her mouth. Closes it. You're doing the ceiling thing, Yuki says. She is, in fact, looking at the ceiling. She brings her gaze back down. The report is on my record. Yes. I was insubordinate. Also yes. She was right to file it. Probably. Solène picks up her stylus and writes something in the margin of the addendum that she is absolutely not going to look at later. She has 15 years on this ship, she says, which is not what she was going to say, and then stops because the sentence she was building does not have a clean ending. Yuki is watching her with the calm, clear-eyed patience of someone who has already arrived at the destination and is waiting for the other person to catch up. She does not push. She never pushes. She just sits there with her stolen bread and her complete absence of judgment and lets Solène get there on her own schedule, which is the thing that makes her Solène's person. I don't know her, Solène says finally. I've been on this ship for 9 days. I've been in her presence for approximately 40 minutes total. I don't know her. Okay, Yuki says. I know the 3rd edition housing manual footnote, Solène says. That's what I know. It's a start. It is not a start. It is an observation. I notice things. I notice when people know things they shouldn't need to know. That's how I think. It is how you think, Yuki agrees. I'm not doing anything with it. Of course not. Solène looks at her. Yuki looks back. You're being very agreeable, Solène says. I'm being extremely agreeable, Yuki confirms. Because I love you and I have also seen this exact face before and I know that anything I say right now is either going to be wrong or going to be right in a way you're not ready for, so I'm agreeing with you until you get there on your own. She collects her tray and stands. Also, you have a notation on your wrist. Solène looks at her wrist. At some point in the last 10 minutes her stylus has migrated and produced a single line in the margin of her skin, which is where annotations go when there is no available paper. The notation is 3 words in her technical shorthand and she is not going to translate it aloud. That's from earlier, she says. Sure, says Yuki. It's a hydraulics observation. Completely hydraulics related. Yuki picks up her tray. Don't stay too late. You have Deck 3 orientation at 0630. I know. And Solène. She pauses. For what it's worth, the ceiling thing. I've never seen you do the ceiling thing about a hydraulics observation. She leaves before Solène can respond, which is Yuki's specific form of mercy. Solène stays for another hour. She annotates the remaining 14 pages of the hydraulics addendum. The annotations are correct and thorough and entirely about hydraulics. She also, at some point, turns over the addendum and writes 4 lines on the blank back of the cover page about thermodynamics that have nothing to do with the Section F pressure joints, and she folds the paper and puts it in her pocket, and does not look at it again. She does not wash the notation off her wrist until morning. She tells herself this is because she went to sleep before she thought of it, which is true, and also that it is unimportant, which is less true, and also that the words are in shorthand and would mean nothing to anyone else, which is completely true and not the point. In the corridor on the way back to quarters, she passes the A junction panel. It is still. The vibration is entirely gone. The housing sits flush and clean against the wall as if it was never loose, as if it has always been correct, as if someone who knew exactly what they were looking for found the error, and fixed it in the early hours of the morning before anyone else was awake. 17 Newton meters. She presses 2 fingers briefly against the panel housing, a gesture that has no technical purpose. Then she goes to bed. Chapter 5 The Cascade. She feels it in her jaw first. This is always how it begins. A pressure change so subtle that the ear does not register it as sound, only as a shift in the baseline, the kind of change that most people's bodies ignore because there is no assigned category for it in the ordinary vocabulary of sensation. Dae's body does not ignore it. 15 years of listening until the ship's signals became her own means that an atmospheric deviation of 0.3 kilopascals lands in her jaw like a struck tuning fork before the instruments have completed their reading. She is in Corridor D on Deck 7. She is here because the maintenance report flagged an anomaly in the Section G pressure coupling 3 days ago, and the responding technician's assessment satisfied the protocol threshold but not her own. And she has learned over 15 years that there is a difference between those two things that occasionally matters. She wanted to see it herself. She came down during the mid-rotation window, which is the quietest period on Deck 7, because if the coupling is developing the fracture pattern, she suspects it will be easier to hear without the ambient noise of full crew activity. The pressure change in her jaw. She stops. Her hand is already on the wall panel, not touching it, positioned to feel vibration. She goes very still in the way she goes still when she is listening with her whole body rather than just her ears. The corridor is quiet. The Section G coupling is 12 meters ahead. She hears the hull. It is the briefest sound. A percussion muffled by the outer plating, the way a sound is muffled when it comes from the other side of several centimeters of composite shielding. A sound like an impact. Like something that should not have been there was there briefly and is no longer. Then the alarm. Not the emergency klaxon that comes later 3 seconds later, which is exactly the amount of time the automated systems need to assess the pressure differential across the hull breach sensors and escalate the response. What she hears first is the lower frequency alert, the seal cascade warning, the automated protocol for hull impact events with confirmed pressure variance above threshold. She knows this sound. She has run the drill 22 times. She has never heard it from inside the corridor being sealed. The lights shift from standard white to amber. Commander. Her comm crackles with Tavik's voice. She is already opening the line. He is already opening it. They arrive at the same second. Hull impact event. Sector 7. Automated pressure seal cascade initiating. I have a half-beat pause. The sound of him reading data. 3 crew members in the affected zone. 2 in Corridor D. One of them is me, Dae says. A silence that lasts exactly as long as it takes Tavik to process this and file it into the category of things he can do nothing about right now and must therefore continue working around. Understood. 3rd crew member is in the Section F maintenance access, recruit on duty. I'm getting her position now. Seal status. Cascade initiated. Corridor A through F junction sealing in sequence. You have. She hears him doing the calculation. Approximately 45 seconds before D junction engages. 45 seconds. She is 12 meters from Section G. The junction is 30 meters behind her. She runs. Not away from it. Toward Section G because there is a recruit somewhere in the maintenance access and she needs to know where that recruit is before the D junction seals. She covers 12 meters in the time it takes the cascade to progress through Corridor F, and she is 3 meters from the Section G access hatch when the other person comes around the corner. They almost collide. Varis stops with the fast, precise adjustment of someone who has good spatial awareness and good reflexes, and is also clearly in the process of conducting a rapid structural assessment of the corridor around her. She has a maintenance tablet in one hand and a second tool in her jacket pocket that Dae registers as non-standard, but is not going to address right now. Her eyes are sharp and she is not panicking, which is what Dae notices first: the absence of panic and the presence instead of accelerated focus. It takes Dae one additional second to realize that the maintenance report she responded to was Varis's report. The flagged anomaly on the Section G pressure coupling. Varis filed it. She is here because she filed it and wanted to see what the commander did with it. The coupling, Dae says. Already documented. I was in the access when the alarm triggered. Varis holds up the tablet, which shows a readout from the Section G sensors. It wasn't the coupling. The coupling is fine. The impact was on the outer hull Section H adjacent. The crack propagation is going to be in the D-junction seals. The sound of it is not dramatic. It is the sound of a heavy magnetic lock engaging, precise and final, and then the corridor is completely quiet except for the amberlit hum of the emergency systems coming online, and the distant sound of the automated seal protocol completing its sequence in sections they can no longer reach. Dae looks at the junction behind them. She looks at the junction ahead. The Section H exterior panel, Varis says, as if they have not just been sealed into a corridor by an automated response system, as if this is a continuation of a technical briefing. The crack propagation is going to track along the H to G boundary. The pressure seal cascade was the correct response. She pauses. We're sealed into Corridor D and the Section GH maintenance access. Life support panel is behind us. I can run an atmospheric assessment. Do that, Dae says. Varis moves immediately, no hesitation, back toward the life support panel with the efficient purposefulness of someone who has already identified the next necessary action and is executing it. Dae opens her comm Tavik. Here. His voice is steady. She trained him. Status outside the seal. Hull impact assessment in progress. Outer plating breach in Section H exterior. Contained to the H layer, structural integrity of the inner hull is holding. The cascade seal is appropriate to the incident. Rescue team is being assembled. A pause. She hears him reading something. Atmospheric readings in the sealed sector are nominal. Commander, I have you and recruit Varis in the sector. The third crew member is Mira. Varis says from the panel, not loudly, directing it at Dae and not at the comm recruit Mira Solis. She was in the Section F maintenance access. It's on the other side of the C junction. Dae relays this to Tavik, who already has it. She's in a sealed section with direct short-range comm, he confirms. She's unharmed. Sector F is isolated from D. I cannot confirm if they have direct contact options. Get me a rescue timeline, Dae says. The silence that follows is 2 seconds long, which is Tavik doing the calculation, and the calculation is taking 2 seconds, which means the answer is not simple. Working on it, he says. The outer hull assessment needs to complete before we can map the breach parameters. We're looking at, conservative estimate, Commander, 36 to 48 hours for a safe manual override of the pressure seals. 36 to 48 hours. She looks at the corridor. At the amber emergency light catching the wall panels, the sealed junction ahead, the sealed junction behind. At Varis, who is reading the atmospheric panel with focused efficiency and has not looked up. Understood, Dae says. Keep this line open. Update every 30 minutes. Every 30, Tavik confirms. She closes the primary channel and keeps the monitoring frequency open. A constant low hum at her collar. The corridor is quiet around it. Atmospheric readings, she says to Varis. Oxygen at 91% nominal. CO2 scrubbers are online and functioning. Recycler on deck 7 is. She pauses for exactly a fraction of a second, which Dae notices. Running. Nominal. That was a pause. Varis looks at her. Her expression is direct and clear and measuring something. The recycler is running. I'll want to run a full diagnostic on the maintenance cycle. You paused. Another beat of something that is not quite hesitation, because Dae has not seen this woman hesitate yet, but is perhaps the very close equivalent. The calculation of what to say and how completely to say it. The recycler output is nominal for current atmospheric load. I'd like to verify the maintenance cycle before I confirm it's nominal for the next 48 hours. Do the diagnostic, Dae says. I'm going to need access to the Section G maintenance panel. You have my authorization. Varis nods and moves. Dae watches her for a moment. The efficiency of it, the economy, the way she navigates the panel access without needing to look at it twice. Then she opens her personal log and begins the incident record that protocol requires and that she would do anyway because the documentation will matter when they reconstruct the breach parameters for the hull repair assessment. Around them, the ship continues its sealed and amber-lit patience. Somewhere on the other side of the D junction, Sapphic is building a rescue operation. Somewhere on the other side of C, Mirasolis is presumably doing the same assessment they are doing, which is the assessment of how long 36 to 48 hours is and what it will require. Day records, Day 1. Hour 0. 2 crew members isolated in sealed Sector D. Life support nominal pending diagnostic. Rescue timeline 36 to 48 hours. She does not record anything about the quality of attention in the room. She does not record anything about the pause before nominal. She does not record the way the amber light catches the side of Varis's face when she looks up from the panel, or the fact that the recycler's sound, to ears that have spent 15 years learning the ship's mechanical voices, is running slightly thin. She does not record these things. Commander, Sapphic says, over the open channel, into the quiet of the sealed corridor. His voice is steady. He is, she thinks, afraid in the specific way of people who have been trained to do something and have arrived at the situation where that training will be tested at its full capacity. I'm going to get you out. She believes him. I know, she says. Get me a rescue timeline. One by one, the pressure locks engage in the distant sections of Deck 7. Each one sounds like a door closing. Each one sounds like a countdown. Dae logs the time and begins. On the command deck, Sapphic looks at the sector map. The sealed sections show in amber, which is the color for contained and stable, not yet for alarm. He has 2 crew members in Sector D and 1 in Sector F and a hull assessment in progress and a rescue operation to coordinate and a commander who told him 30 seconds ago to get her a rescue timeline in a voice that sounded exactly like her usual voice, which is how he knows she is not all right. He has been her second in command for 6 years. He knows what it sounds like when she is not all right. Sounds exactly like every other time. He turns to the operations console. He begins building the rescue operation. He is methodical and efficient, and he is also, in a part of himself he will not examine until much later tonight when he is off shift and can afford to, frightened. The sector map shows 2 amber dots in the sealed zone. He does not look at the timestamp for the oxygen reserves. He looks at it once and then does not look at it again because the math is there even when you are not running it and he is going to need to work faster. Get me an engineering team, he says to the empty command deck, and then louder to the corridor where someone is already on their way. Now. Chapter 6, The Shape of the Silence. The first thing Dae establishes is the perimeter. This is what she does in any crisis situation, and this is a crisis situation, and she does it the way she does everything, methodically without announcing it, beginning before Varis has finished the recycler diagnostic. She walks the length of the sealed sector. Corridor D runs 38 meters from the locked D junction to the locked F junction, with the section GH maintenance access branching off the eastern wall at the 22-meter mark. The maintenance access is a secondary corridor, narrower, low-ceilinged, running another 11 meters to the outer hull inspection panel. Beyond that panel is the hull breach. She does not open the panel. The total habitable space. Approximately 340 square meters, most of it corridor. The emergency lighting is amber and consistent. The ambient temperature is 21.1 degrees. The air has the particular flatness of recycled air at the end of a long cycle, which is a normal quality and not yet a concerning one. She notes all of this. She notes the emergency supply locker at the 20-meter mark, standard sealed sector kit, rations for 2 persons for 72 hours, basic medical supplies, comm equipment redundant to what they already carry, 2 emergency blankets. She notes the location of every structural integrity panel. She notes the maintenance hatches, 3 of them, and their respective seals. She notes the sound of the recycler from the Section G access. Low wet, the correct pull of a functioning unit. Almost the correct pull. She files this in the category she has been maintaining since Varis paused before the word nominal and moves on. When she reaches the far junction and turns back, Varis is standing at the life support panel making notes on her tablet with the focused economy of someone who has been doing this for as long as Dae has been walking. She does not look up. Her dark hair is in a knot at the back of her head, a few pieces loose around her face where the acceleration of the last half hour has pulled them free. There is a faint smudge of panel grease on her right wrist from an earlier maintenance task that is not from today, which means she came to Deck 7 already working on something. Perimeter assessment, Dae says. Varis finishes her notation before responding, which Dae notes. Not rudeness, completion. I'm almost done with the diagnostic. Report when you are. She finds the emergency supply locker and opens it and takes a systematic inventory, which is both necessary and useful, and she does not stand in the middle of the corridor cataloging nothing. She is performing calm in the specific way she has performed calm in genuinely dangerous situations for 15 years, which is to say she is not performing it at all. She is calm. The performance is for situations where you are not calm and need to appear otherwise, and she is not there yet. What she is underneath the calm is assessing. The sealed sector is manageable. The oxygen will be adequate for the rescue timeline at current consumption rates, pending the recycler diagnostic. The emergency rations will sustain 2 adults for the duration with careful rationing. The temperature is controllable via the atmospheric panel, which Varis already accessed, and which Dae will access again herself once she understands its current settings. The calm line to Sapphic is open and stable. What she is assessing is the other variable, which is not structural. She and Varis have been in the same physical space 4 times before this. The briefing room, her office, the Section G corridor, and the 3 seconds before the D junction sealed. The first 2 were controlled. The third lasted 45 seconds and ended in a sealed corridor. The fourth is not ending. 36 to 48 hours. She finishes the supply inventory and makes a notation and turns to find Varis already looking at her. Diagnostic complete, Varis says. She holds up the tablet. I'll walk you through the findings. Go ahead. Varis does not look at the tablet while she delivers the report. She has memorized the numbers, which Dae notes as something she would also do, and files without comment. The Deck 7 recycler is functional. Current output is at 93% of nominal capacity. The maintenance cycle on this unit was last completed 4 months ago, which is 2 weeks past the scheduled service interval. The output deficit is consistent with the filter accumulation pattern, not a mechanical fault. Under current atmospheric load, 2 adults sealed sector, the unit will maintain adequate oxygen saturation at that output rate indefinitely. And if the output degrades further, a pause. The filter accumulation pattern suggests gradual degradation rather than sudden failure. I can model the projected rate using the current diagnostic data. If the degradation follows the expected curve, we will see output drop to around 85% over the next 48 hours. That is still within the safe range for 2 adults at rest. At rest. At moderate activity levels, Varis corrects without hesitation. I used conservative figures. Dae looks at her. What are the figures if the rescue timeline extends beyond 48 hours? Another pause, slightly longer. The quality of it is not evasion. It is the careful assembly of an answer that Varis wants to be accurate before she says it, which Dae recognizes because she does the same thing. If rescue extends to 72 hours and the degradation curve holds, we will be at approximately 78% output. That is within the margin but narrow. I would want to manage our activity levels beginning on day 2. A beat. I would also want to service the filter if I can access the maintenance housing, which I can, and if I can do it without interrupting the cycle, which I believe I can. That would reset the degradation curve. Can you do it without interrupting the cycle? I'd need to verify the housing configuration. The Deck 7 recycler is an older model than the units I've worked on, but the maintenance architecture on this generation of equipment is standardized, and I have the service documentation from the system logs. She pauses once more, in the specific way Dae has started to recognize as Varis deciding what to include and what to save for later. The likely worst case, if the service goes wrong, is a 4 to 6 hour interruption of the cycle. At current oxygen levels, that is manageable. Don't service it yet, Dae says. Varis looks at her. If we're at 72 hours and the curve has tracked as expected, we service it then. Not before. We don't create a controllable problem when we don't yet know the shape of the uncontrollable ones. The pause that follows is the first one in this conversation that is not about assembling an answer. It is Varis looking at her with an expression that Dae cannot immediately categorize, and then the expression settles into something that might be acknowledgement. That's the correct call, Varis says. I know, Dae says. Varis looks back at her tablet and makes a notation. They divide the work the way two competent people divide work when they are in an emergency and do not have the luxury of negotiating allocation. They each move toward what needs doing without discussing who will do it, and then they adjust at the edges where the tasks overlap. Dae takes the structural integrity assessment. Varis takes the life support systems. They cross paths twice in the first hour, both times in the maintenance access corridor, and both times they exchange relevant information in the abbreviated shorthand of people whose attention is on the problem rather than each other. It is efficient. It is familiar, almost in the strange way that competence is familiar across people who have never actually worked together. It is also, Dae is aware, not sustainable as a management of distance. 38 meters is not a large space. 72 hours is a long time. The structural assessment comes back clean, which she had mostly expected. The inner hull integrity at the section H boundary is holding correctly. The D junction seal is engaged properly. The F junction seal is engaged properly. There is minor oxidization on the secondary structural member at the 27-meter mark of corridor D that she annotates for post-event maintenance, but that presents no immediate risk. She is making the final notation when Varis's voice comes from the maintenance access corridor. Commander. Not urgent. The specific register of someone who has found something worth verifying before naming it. Dae sets the structural report down and moves to the maintenance access. Varis is 4 meters in, standing at the right wall with her handlight on. She is looking at the wall the way she looks at everything she is about to take apart, with full attention, no announcement of intent. This wall, Varis says. Dae comes alongside her and looks at what the handlight is showing. The wall panel here is older than the surrounding panels. The alloy is a different generation of composite, slightly warmer in tone, with a seam configuration that does not match the adjoining panels. The mounting hardware is recessed rather than flush, and along the lower edge, barely visible in normal lighting but clear in the focus beam, the ghost of a door frame, sealed over at some point with composite fill that has settled and compressed differently than the surrounding wall material. There is a door here. There has been a door here. A door that appears on no schematic. Dae has walked by memory for 15 years. She goes still in the specific way she goes still when something requires complete attention. Her jaw shifts slightly. She does not speak for a moment. It's not on any schematic, she says finally. No. Varis moves the light along the seam. The fill compound is old. This wasn't sealed recently. My guess is early second generation, maybe 2 generations back. Someone closed this door and then covered the evidence of having closed it, and the schematic records were either not updated or were deliberately corrected. Dae looks at the ghost of the door frame for a long time. She has navigated this ship by its complete and reliable map for 15 years. She has corrected every deviation, catalogued every anomaly, built her knowledge of the Aethon into a second nervous system, so thorough that she can feel a pressure change in her jaw before the instruments read it. And the map was wrong. One small error, persisting across 15 years, compounding quietly into a room she has never found. Can you open it? She says. Varis is already examining the lower edge of the panel. The fill compound is synthetic composite. It's brittle by this age. It won't take much. She looks up. Your call, Commander. Opening it will damage the fill, which will need to be replaced afterward. Open it, Dae says. Varis nods and works. She finds the edge with her fingers first, feeling for the structural give, and then uses the flat tool from her jacket pocket, the non-standard one that Dae clocked in corridor D when the seals engaged, as a lever at the lower seam. The fill compound cracks cleanly. She works along the bottom edge and then up the sides, careful and systematic. The process takes 11 minutes. Dae watches without helping because Varis does not need help and there is not room for 2 sets of hands. The panel comes away. The room behind it is dark until Varis angles her handlight through the opening, and then it is amber, which takes Dae a second to understand. There are emergency lights in the room, which means the room is wired into the ship's emergency circuit. which means the room is known to some part of the ship systems even if it is unknown to the schematics. A small room, perhaps 4 meters by 5. The air that comes out of it when the panel opens is old and still, and has the faint metallic undertone that Dae stopped noticing in her own office years ago. Against the far wall, an archive terminal. Old model, first-generation cabinetry, but the standby light is active. Along the left wall, storage units sealed. And on the right wall, arranged as if someone once spent time here. A chair angled toward the terminal. A shelf with objects Dae cannot immediately identify in this light. The shape of a space that was used. Well, Varis says quietly. Dae looks at the room for a long moment. Then she looks at the archive terminal, which is active, which means powered, which means there is something in it. Get us through the opening, she says. Varis assesses the frame. I'll need to clear the remaining fill from the lower edge. 5 minutes. Do it. She does it in 4. The room is larger than it appeared through the opening. Dae steps through and stands in the center and turns slowly, cataloging. The archive terminal with its active standby light. The storage units along the left wall, sealed with the standard latch configuration. The chair positioned toward the terminal with the specific angle of something placed deliberately. A shelf that holds a sealed water container. A writing tool of a style that has not been in common use for 30 years, and a small object Dae picks up and identifies as a compass, the analog navigational kind, decorative rather than functional on a ship where magnetic compasses have been irrelevant for 3 generations. She sets the compass down carefully. Varis has moved to the archive terminal and is examining the cabinet without touching it. This is first-generation hardware, she says. I recognize the model. It's in the historical equipment documentation from the ship's founding records. The Aethon launched with 12 of these installed in the administrative sectors. She pauses. Most of them were decommissioned and removed in the 2nd generation. This one wasn't. Functional. The standby light is active. Power is drawing from the emergency circuit. Varis runs her fingers along the cabinet edge. I would expect the storage medium to be intact. These units were built for longevity. The founding generation wanted records that would last. Dae looks at the terminal. She is thinking about the map that was wrong for 15 years. About a room that the ship has been carrying through the dark between stars for 3 generations without anyone knowing it was there. About what is in an archive terminal that someone went to the trouble of closing off and filling over. She sits down in the chair. It has the particular quality of a chair that was shaped to someone else's posture over a long period of time. She does not dwell on this. She reaches out and touches the activation interface. The terminal comes to life. The standby light shifts to active, and then the screen illuminates, and then the file index appears. A list of records dated in a format that takes her a moment to parse. A dating system from the early 2nd generation that the current ship's records transitioned away from 40 years ago. There are 67 files. The oldest entry is from the 14th year of the voyage. The most recent is from the 61st. 61 years ago. The files are labeled Personal Log. Dae looks at the index for a moment. She looks at the name attached to each file. She looks at the rank. Commander. She sits in the chair that was shaped to someone else's posture, in the room that should not exist, and she presses play on the oldest file. And the room fills with the voice of a woman who commanded the Aethon before Dae was born. Behind her, Varis has found a section of wall to sit against with her tablet, and she is reading something, and neither of them says a word, and the voice in the room is precise and tired and completely alone, and the amber emergency light is steady, and the recycler breathes its slightly labored breath, and outside the sealed junctions the rescue operation is being built meter by a man who has 6 years of training and enough to manage and absolutely enough sense not to do the math he already did. Dae listens. Her thumb presses against the side of her index finger. She does not notice. Chapter 7 Outside the Seal. Yuki finds out from the duty roster update. This is not how she should have found out. She should have found out from Solène, who should have come to her from inside the sector the moment the seals engaged and the immediate emergency tasks were complete, which is what they agreed to do in the hypothetical they discussed once in the lower mess hall while Solène was annotating something and Yuki was eating her bread. If anything happens on this ship, you tell me first. Solène had agreed to this while not fully paying attention, which Yuki now realizes means she agreed to it but did not retain the specific clause about first. She is at the duty roster terminal in Corridor B because she is checking her morning assignment, which has been moved without notice, which is an administrative irregularity that she was going to flag, and then she sees the sealed sector alert appended to the duty roster update and the 3 names listed as isolated personnel, and she stops. The third name on the list is Mira Solis. The second name is Commander Dae Yun. The first name is Recruit Solène Varis. Yuki stands at the roster terminal for a moment that is longer than it appears from the outside. Then she closes the duty roster update without filing the irregularity complaint and walks, at a pace that is faster than normal and slower than running, to the command deck. The command deck is not where she should go. She knows this. She is a junior recruit and the command deck is not a place junior recruits go unless directed, and she has not been directed, and the person who would normally be directing things from the command deck is currently sealed in a sector with Solène, which is a detail that she is managing by not thinking about it directly. She goes anyway. Lieutenant Commander Tavik Osei is at the Central Operations Console, and he is surrounded by 3 engineers Yuki does not know by name and 2 officers she recognizes from the briefing room, and all of them are working with the focused, slightly compressed quality of people managing an active emergency. The sector map on the main display shows Deck 7 in amber, and she can see the sealed zone and the 3 personnel indicators, and she immediately identifies which one is Solène's because she checked the corridor assignment on the roster, and she knows where Solène was supposed to be this rotation. Tavik looks up from the console before she reaches him. She is aware that she is not supposed to be here, and that her expression is probably not doing any of the things she would like it to be doing, and that nothing about her presence on the command deck at this moment is professionally appropriate. She is also aware that she is here, and she does not intend to leave until she understands the situation. Recruit aren't, Tavik says. His voice is exactly what it always is, which is measured and complete, the voice of a person who has a fixed point to return to. You've seen the alert. Yes, sir. He does not ask how she got onto the command deck or suggest that she leave. He looks at her for a moment, the specific evaluative look of someone deciding how much information this situation requires to manage, and then he says, current status. 3 crew members isolated in the sealed sector. 1. Recruit Solis is in Sector F, accessible via a secondary maintenance path that the rescue team is currently assessing. The other 2 are in Sector D, Corridor D, and are in stable condition with functioning life support. Communication is open. They can come out? Short-range signal to the monitoring channel. Commander Yun is in direct contact with this deck. He turns back to the console, which is not a dismissal. He is reading something. I've spoken with her twice in the last 20 minutes. Has anyone spoken to Recruit Varis? The commander has confirmed both she and Varis are uninjured and working the situation. He looks at her again. There is something in the look that she cannot fully read, which is unusual. Tavik is generally legible to her in the way that straightforward people are legible. Is there a specific reason you're asking about Varis? Yuki considers the options available to her, which are, she can explain that Solène is her closest friend on this ship and she has been awake for 4 minutes since seeing the alert and she needs to know that Solène is specifically all right and not just generally all right, or she can say something professionally adequate, or she can stay silent. She chooses the middle option because she is not as certain of her voice as she would like to be. We're cohort friends, sir. I wanted to confirm her status. Tavik looks at her for 1 beat longer than the information requires. Then he nods. She's uninjured. She's working. Thank you, sir. The rescue timeline, he says, and it is not quite clear whether he is continuing the briefing or extending a mercy, is currently 36 to 48 hours. The outer hull assessment is ongoing. The structural engineers are here. A slight gesture toward the group at the secondary console. And Kasha Mwangi is joining us in 20 minutes. We will have a more specific timeline by midday. What are they doing in there? Yuki asks, which is not the most professionally appropriate question she has ever asked but is the one she actually needs answered. Right now. What are they doing? There is a pause that is not impatience. They're assessing the sector and managing the situation. They have emergency supplies, functioning life support, and communication. Commander Yun is experienced in emergency containment procedures. And Varis? Yuki asks. Something shifts in Tavik's expression that she cannot name. From what the commander has reported, he says, Recruit Varis is conducting herself appropriately. Yuki is very confident that this is a sentence with more inside it than the words convey, And she is also very confident that she is not going to get the interior from Tavik at this point in the crisis. She files it. Is there anything I can do, sir? On the rescue operation. I'm rated on atmospheric systems and structural monitoring. He looks at her again, and this time the look has a slightly different quality. Consideration. Report to Engineer Mwangi when she arrives. Tell her I sent you for the monitoring team. Yes, sir. Ardent. She is already turning. They will be out. It is not phrased as a comfort, and she appreciates this. It is phrased as a statement of intent from a person who is responsible for its implementation. I will see to that personally. She nods and goes to wait for Kasha Mwangi. Mwangi arrives precisely when Tavik said she would, which Yuki suspects is how Mwangi does everything. She is a compact woman in her mid-40s with close-cropped natural hair, and the economy of movement of someone who has spent decades in spaces where every motion has to be worth making. She does not appear to need introductions or context. She takes the operations briefing from Tavik while already reading the structural assessment on a secondary tablet, and then she turns to the small group assembling near the monitoring station and says flatly, "Who knows atmospheric systems?" Yuki raises her hand. Mwangi looks at her for the 2 seconds it takes to assess a person she has not previously assessed. Ardent. Yes. Varis's friend. It is not a question. Yuki does not confirm or deny it. She says, I'm rated on atmospheric monitoring. Tavik said you needed someone for the monitoring team. I need someone who can read the Dex 7 atmospheric data, without me explaining what they're looking at. Mwangi turns back to the console. Sit down. Here's the current data. Tell me what you see. Yuki sits down and looks at the data and tells her what she sees. 3 minutes later, Mwangi says, Good. Stay there. And she does not say anything else personal, and neither does Yuki, but she is at the monitoring station and she can see the oxygen readings for Sector D and she can see them in real time, and that is something. The day passes the way that days pass when someone you care about is somewhere you cannot reach. Yuki does the work. She monitors the atmospheric data and flags the readings that require flagging and unflag the readings that resolve themselves, and she builds a running log of the Dex 7 sector conditions that is more detailed than the monitoring protocol requires, but that nobody asks her to scale back. She learns the particular rhythm of the rescue operation from the inside of it, the engineering team's assessments, the structural reports, the incremental mapping of the breach that is slower than anyone wants it to be because it has to be correct before they can act on it. She eats a meal bar at her station because she is not going to leave the monitoring station to eat, and nobody tells her to leave the monitoring station to eat, which she thinks means she has been accepted into the operational structure of the room in a way that has more to do with her usefulness than her rank. Mwangi, at the adjacent station, eats nothing and works without stopping and occasionally says things to the engineering team that are complete sentences with everything stripped out of them except the information. Once, in the late afternoon, she looks at the atmospheric readings over Yuki's shoulder without a word, and then she makes a notation on her own tablet, and then she goes back to work without saying what the notation was. Yuki does not ask. At some point she is aware of Tavik standing beside her station, which means she has been at the monitoring terminal long enough that she does not register his approach. He has a cup of something that he sets beside her without comment, which she takes because it is there. The breach assessment is complete, he says. Structural integrity of the inner hull is confirmed holding. We're moving to the seal override analysis. Timeline. Tomorrow. Midday at the earliest. He is reading the atmospheric display. The Dex 7 recycler output has been consistent. It's been running at 93% since the initial reading, she says. No meaningful degradation yet. If it tracks the expected pattern for a filter accumulation event, it'll stay in the safe range through the 72-hour mark. Tavik looks at her. I've been modeling it, she says. I can see that. He is quiet for a moment. Mwangi gave you the correct data parameters. I asked for them. A pause that is almost humor but not quite. I'll note that in your assessment. He moves back toward the primary console and Yuki turns back to the atmospheric display, and the amber indicators for Sector D are steady, and she is here and doing something, and that is the best available position when you cannot be somewhere else. At the end of the shift she goes to the observation corridor on the far side of the command deck, the one that has a sealed panel on the wall where the sector map displays in miniature, and she sits on the floor with her back against the wall and she presses her palm flat against the cool surface of the panel. She does not talk to the wall. She is not that far gone. She just sits there with her hand against the sealed section of the ship that contains Solène, who is working because she is always working, who is not panicking because she does not panic, who is in there with the commander, which is a detail Yuki has been sitting next to all day without fully examining it. She thinks about a conversation in the lower mess hall some weeks ago, and a notation on a wrist in shorthand that Solène said was about hydraulics, and the sealing thing and the word precise delivered with a particular quality. She thinks about how the last thing she said to Solène was about the Deck 3 atmospheric calibration schedule, which is a perfectly fine last thing to have said to someone, and also not at all the last thing she would have chosen. She takes her hand off the panel. She goes back to quarters. She does not sleep well. In the morning, she goes back to the monitoring station. Chapter 8:3-2. The secondary access point is not on the schematics either. This does not surprise Solène exactly. What surprised her was the door in the maintenance corridor, which she found by noticing what was different about a wall she'd seen in handlight twice while working: the alloy tone, the seam configuration, the ghost of a frame that the fill compound had settled wrong around. What the secondary access point does is confirm that the schematics for this section of the ship are not simply incomplete. They are systematically incomplete. Someone made choices about what to show and what to omit, and those choices compounded across 2 generations of records maintenance into a deck that is measurably different from its own documentation. She is logging this as she works because it will need to be addressed in the official incident review, and because she finds it genuinely interesting in a way that does not require a crisis to appreciate. The access point is in the Section F wall, opposite end of the sealed zone from the hidden room. She found it in the second hour of her systematic panel survey. The F-section maintenance corridor has a pressure-rated hatch at the far end that the schematic shows as a service terminal cabinet. The cabinet is real, it is mounted over the hatch, which is a modification someone made deliberately and which means the hatch behind it is accessible but not obviously so. The cabinet is bolted to the wall with standard hardware. The hatch behind it is the older style, manual release, rated for one-person access to what the schematic calls exterior maintenance access. She pulled the schematic for exterior maintenance access points on Deck 7. There is one listed. It is in Section C on the other side of the D-junction seal, which does them no good. This one is not listed. She pulled the dimensional data anyway, by working backwards from the accessible space. The cabinet depth versus the wall depth, the pressure differential at the hatch seal, the service conduit routing on the other side. The unmapped exterior maintenance access connects, if her reading of the adjacent structural data is correct, to a passage that runs alongside the F-section outer wall and emerges into the unsealed zone of Deck 7 at a point near Corridor C, where the rescue team will be working. Near Corridor C, where Mira Solis is sealed in a separate pocket of the same zone and where there is, as far as Solène can determine from the short-range monitoring data, one person of small enough frame to fit a maintenance access that is not generously proportioned. She brings this assessment to the commander. Dae is sitting at the archive terminal when Solène comes back from the F-section survey. She has been at the terminal for the last 40 minutes, which is approximately how long Solène's survey took, and she looks up with the attentiveness of someone who was waiting for the update rather than absorbed in the logs. She closes the audio file she was listening to without remarking on it. "Report," she says. Solène reports. She delivers the dimensional assessment, the schematic discrepancy analysis, the structural data she used to model the passage routing, and her conclusion. There is a one-person maintenance access in the F-section that likely connects to the unsealed zone near Corridor C, and one of the 3 people currently in the sealed sector is small enough to use it. Dae listens without interrupting, which Solène has observed is her listening posture. Complete stillness, eyes slightly unfocused the way eyes go when the attention is on processing rather than observing. When the report ends, she says, "Mira Solis." "Yes. She's the smallest of the 3 of us, and she's in the F-section on the other side of the C-junction already, so she'd be accessing it from her side rather than ours." Solène pulls up the routing model on her tablet and turns it to show the commander. She'd need to be talked through the access. She doesn't have the schematic data, but the passage is straightforward if she has the measurements. Dae looks at the routing model for a long moment. Structural integrity of the access passage. "I can't verify it from here without opening the cabinet, which I haven't done yet. I wanted to bring the assessment to you before taking further action." She pauses. I can open the cabinet and run a structural reading of the hatch and passage. Do that. She does it in 30 minutes. Cabinet unbolted, hatch accessed and inspected, structural reading of the passage walls via the maintenance diagnostic port on the hatch assembly. The passage is sound. The alloy is the same older generation composite as the hidden room panels, which means it has been here as long as the room has, and it has been holding under the ship's operational stresses for the same amount of time, and it will hold for one recruit of approximately 52 kilograms to pass through at once. She comes back with the structural data and delivers it. Dae is already on the comm Sapphic. I need you to connect me to recruit Solis's comm short-range patch through the monitoring channel. A brief exchange with Sapphic that Solène listens to from a professional distance, and then a new voice on the comm, younger, clearly controlled but with the specific compression of someone managing anxiety through precision. Mira Solis sounds like someone who has decided to be useful, and is implementing that decision with considerable effort. Solis, Dae says. I need you to find the cabinet on the F-section far wall. It's mounted at approximately 2 meters height, standard hardware. Can you see it? A pause. Yes, Commander. I see it. Good. Behind it there is a hatch. I'm going to talk you through accessing it. Recruit Varis will provide the structural readings. Do you understand? Yes. Dae talks her through it. Her voice in this mode, operational, clear, precise, is a different instrument than the voice she uses in any other context. She gives Mira the steps in the exact sequence they need to happen, no more, no less, and she does not soften the instructions or add qualifications that would create uncertainty, and Mira Solis on the other end of the comm sounds steadier with each exchange, the way people steady when they have been given something specific to do. Solène provides the measurements and the route. She describes the passage in the terms a person needs who is about to move through something she cannot see. The width at the narrowest point, the bend angle at the midway junction, the emergency handhold spacing on the wall, the latch configuration on the exit end. There is the 20-minute argument about who goes first, which Solène expects and Dae delivers with the precise, controlled certainty of someone who has thought about this and arrived at an answer she considers final. The answer is Mira goes. Dae frames this as operational priority. Solène frames her objection as structural logic. The argument is technical on its surface and is not entirely technical. You could go, Solène says. You're the smallest adult in the sector. Mira is smaller. Not by the margin you're suggesting. I'm the commander, Dae says, with the specific flatness of someone closing a door. My presence in the sector is a command asset. A recruit's is not. I stay. Solène looks at her. That is the most technically incorrect use of the word asset I have heard in 2 days. Dae goes very still. You are not more expendable than I am, Solène says in the flat, factual register she uses when something is being said incorrectly and needs to be corrected. That is not what your rank means. That is not what any rank means. The silence that follows is not brief. It has something inside it that neither of them goes into directly. Then Dae says quieter. Mira goes. That's the call. And Solène points out, with the flat precision that ends the argument, Mira is the only one who fits. What's on the other side? Mira asks. Unsealed Deck 7 near Corridor C, Dae says. The rescue team is working in that area. They will hear you if you announce your approach. Move clearly, announce yourself before you reach the exit, and do not attempt to force the exit latch. It opens with a turn, not a push. Understood. Solis. A pause. You'll be fine. It is the only thing she says in the entire exchange that is not technical. It lands in the calm silence with the weight of something that is not quite reassurance and not quite a promise and is more like a fact being stated by someone who intends to make it true. Solène watches Dae's face while she says it. She looks at the wall panel 3 centimeters to the right of the comm when she is done. Moving now, Mira says. It takes 9 minutes. There is silence on the comm for most of it, broken by 3 brief position updates that Mira offers without being asked, which tells Solène something about what kind of person she is. Then the sound of the exit latch turning, a voice announcing position, and voices on the other side that are not Mira's, the rescue team Solène hears in the background, someone saying clear and then someone else saying got her and then Sapphic voice, elevated for the first time in the exchange. Confirmed. Solis is out. The comm is briefly louder, briefly full of the sound of people managing relief. Dae closes the channel. The sector is 2 people and a dwindling oxygen supply, and the hidden room in the maintenance corridor in 3 days at a minimum. The F-section maintenance shaft seals automatically behind a person passing through it and cannot be opened from the outside, which Solène established before giving Mira the route. It will hold for 1 passage. It has now held for 1 passage. She looks at the commander. Dae is looking at the F-section junction, which is sealed. That was the only exit point large enough for 1 person, Solène says. Yes. The passage won't reopen from the outside. No. They both know this. She is saying it to the air because the air needs it said because they have both been doing the math since she brought the assessment and the math was obvious and the choice was obvious and it happened and now they are here. You could have sent me, Solène says. Not accusation. Observation. Dae looks at her for a moment. The quality of the look is different from any of the looks in the previous inventory. Not the evaluative look, not the assessing look, not the look she gives when she has arrived at a conclusion she is not sharing. This one is something else, something that Solène cannot immediately categorize, and it is brief. No, Dae says. Just that. Solène looks back at her for 1 beat, and then she turns and goes back to the life support panel and pulls up the recycler diagnostic because there is still work and there will be work for as long as they are here and she has never in her life left a problem unsolved, and the recycler is a problem that is, right now, more tractable than the one standing in the center of the corridor in the amber light. She finds the hidden room again in the 2nd hour of the evening. This is, she tells herself, not deliberate. She went back to the F-section maintenance corridor to re-examine the structural reading on the access passage seal, and the panel she removed earlier is still leaning against the maintenance corridor wall, and when she passed the hidden room opening she looked inside, and then she went inside because a room full of a first-generation archive terminal and 67 personal logs is not a thing she is capable of passing without stopping. She does not sit in the chair. That feels like it belongs to the commander. She sits on the floor against the right wall, the wall that has the shelf, and she reads the label on the sealed storage units, and then she examines the archive terminal's index from a distance, and then she examines it more closely, because the name at the top of the file list is the name of the Aethon second commander and the dates of the files span 47 years, and this is the kind of document record that the ship's archivist will spend 6 months cataloging, if it ever gets cataloged, which depends on what is in it. She reads the index for a while. Then she hears the commander's footsteps in the corridor and she gets up and she goes back to the life support panel, and she decides that she will not say anything about the room yet, because it is not hers to say anything about, and because there is work to do, and because the commander sitting at that terminal with the precise, focused attention she gave to the first log is a thing Solène does not need to examine too closely right now. The recycler pulls its slightly labored breath. Solène runs the diagnostic and notes the numbers and keeps working. And the day settles into the rhythm of 2 people sharing a space who have not yet learned what to do with the quiet between the tasks. The quiet is going to be a while. Chapter 9: The door that isn't there. By the 2nd day, Dae knows the sealed sector by a second map. Not the schematic map, the one she has carried for 15 years. That map is wrong. She understood this the moment Varis's handlight showed her the ghost of the frame in the Phil compound, and she has been adjusting for it since, building the correct map from what is actually in front of her the way she builds every map she trusts, by walking it herself, by touch and measurement and the accumulated evidence of being in a place rather than reading about it. The correct map includes the maintenance corridor with its hidden access, and its hidden room. It includes the passage that Mira Solis used and that is sealed now. It includes the archive terminal in the room that shouldn't exist, which Dae has visited 3 times since Varis opened the panel, once to listen to the first log, once to listen to the second, and once last night when she sat in the chair for 40 minutes in the amber half-dark without pressing play on anything. Just sitting. She does not examine what that was. The correct map also includes a loose conduit housing at the 12-meter mark of Corridor D that she noticed but did not mention because it is a single connection fault and non-urgent and Varis would fix it unprompted within the next 12 hours, which turned out to be 8. A cold patch of floor at the 19-meter mark where the atmospheric circulation from the life support panel misses a corner, and the temperature drops 0.7 degrees, which she registered with her feet on the first day, and confirmed with the atmospheric diagnostic on the second. A quality of quiet in the Section G access corridor that is different from the quality of quiet in the main corridor, lower-pitched, more resonant, the way a sealed space sounds when it is large enough to have an acoustic personality. And the quality of Varis's footsteps, which she can now identify with her eyes closed. The cadence of them when she is moving between tasks versus the cadence when she has found something worth examining. The specific silence before she speaks, which varies by how much she is choosing not to say. Dae has been adding to this map without intending to. She is adding to it right now, standing at the atmospheric panel making the adjustment she makes every morning because the overnight reading always drifts the same 0.4 degrees, and she knows this is because the recycler's heat output pattern shifts slightly in the low-demand cycle and the panel's compensation is calibrated for the standard unit, and she has compensated manually rather than recalibrating the panel because the recalibration would take 20 minutes and she can make the manual adjustment in 40 seconds. She makes it at 21.4 degrees. She turns it to 22.4 degrees and then catches herself and turns it back to 21.4. She has done this twice now. The second time she caught herself faster. She does not think about what 22.4 degrees means. She moves on. What do you do? Varis says on the morning of the second day. When you don't know something? Dae looks up from the structural monitoring report. Varis is at the archive terminal. She has been reading the index of the logs with the focused quiet of someone building a structural model in her head before touching anything. She does not look up when she asks the question. What specifically don't I know? Dae says. In general. Varis runs a finger along the edge of the terminal cabinet without turning. I do the diagnostic. I pull the data. I identify what I'm missing and then I find the source. But there are things you can't pull data on. Such as people, Varis says. What they're thinking. What they haven't said. Dae looks at the back of her head for a moment. I observe. And when the observation isn't enough, then I operate with the data I have. Varis is quiet for a beat and then she turns away from the terminal and she does not push it. And Dae is aware that the conversation was about something specific and that Varis has decided not to identify what it was specifically, and she is also aware that she made no move to identify it either. They both let it pass. This is how they have been moving through the second day, around the things that could be said directly, efficiently, in a way that would save both of them considerable time and energy, and that neither of them is going to say yet or possibly at all. The circumnavigation requires more effort than the direct route would. Dae is aware of this. It is, in a way she doesn't examine closely, familiar. She goes back to the structural report. It is Varis who brings it up a second time in the late morning, from the floor of the maintenance corridor where she is running the recycler diagnostic check. There are 67 personal logs in that terminal, she says. The statement is delivered in the same register as a technical report, which Dae has come to understand does not mean it is only technical. I know. You've listened to some of them. Too. She does not volunteer which two. Varis pauses. Dae hears the diagnostic tool rattle against the maintenance panel. The index shows them spanning 47 years. That's almost an entire career. Another pause. The dating format is second generation. I looked it up in the ship's historical records on my tablet. The logs start approximately 14 years after the Aethon's launch. The second commander took command in year 12 of the voyage, Dae says. A silence. You know the command history. I know the ship's command history. It's in the founding documentation. She keeps her eyes on the structural report. The second commander served for 49 years. She died in office. I know. Varis's voice has shifted. Not quieter, not softer, more precise, the way it gets when she is working out something that matters. I looked her up this morning. She was the one who restructured the duty rotation system that we still use. She rewrote the life support maintenance protocols. A pause. She never married. The historical record says she was private. No personal record. No family notation. Dae does not say anything. 67 personal logs to a terminal in a sealed room, Varis says. No audience. No record. Another diagnostic rattle. I've been thinking about that. Have you? Dae says, which is not a question. What's in them? You could listen. A longer pause. I wanted to ask you first. And then, immediately, in the tone of someone who has said something more directly than they intended. Because you've already started them. I didn't want to interrupt whatever order you're taking them in. Dae sets the structural report down. She thinks about the first log, which was technical, a maintenance review, a fuel efficiency report, the professional record of a commanding officer who spoke to the archive terminal the way Dae speaks to her own log, which is to say accurately, completely, and without a single word that was not necessary. She thinks about the second log, which was the same, and the third she has not listened to yet, and what the index shows for the 41st log and the 53rd and the 67th, which she has not opened, which she noticed in the brief scan of the index and which she is circling the way she circles any problem she is not yet ready to open directly. I've been going in order, she says. Start with the first. I'll catch up. Another pause. From the beginning. From the beginning. Varis comes out of the maintenance corridor. She has the diagnostic tablet in one hand and she moves to the hidden room with the specific quality of someone doing something they intend to be careful with. Dae watches her go. She sits for a moment and then she picks up the structural report, and she reads it, and the sound of the first commander's log begins from the hidden room, and she reads the report around the sound of a voice that is precise and tired and completely alone. By midday she has stopped reading the report. She does not go into the hidden room. She sits in the Section G access corridor entrance with her back against the wall and the report on her knee, and she listens to the logs from here, and Varis listens from the chair in the room, and they listen separately in the same space, which is, Dae thinks, how they do everything. The first commander's voice is a particular kind of voice. It is not warm. It is not cold. It is the voice of someone who communicates in units of information, and has spent a long career learning to make that communication complete and clean. The logs are maintenance records and operational reports for the first 20, delivered with the specificity of someone who trusts the record to preserve what the individual cannot. There are observations. There is dry, infrequent wit that arrives unexpectedly, and then the voice moves on as if it didn't happen. There are no complaints. In the 23rd log, the second in command is mentioned by name for the first time. Her name was Petra. The mention is brief, technical. Petra completed the atmospheric recalibration ahead of schedule. The recalibration is praised. Petra is not. In the 24th log, Petra suggested a modification to the water reclamation system that the commander implemented with one adjustment. The adjustment was correct. In the 25th, Petra. In the 26th through 33rd, Petra, 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 and then the voice of the first commander in year 31 of the voyage, more technical than ever, more careful with the language than she has been in 10 years of logs, saying, the ship is running well. The crew is strong. We are on course. Dae presses the back of her head against the wall. She is looking at the ceiling of the Section G access corridor, which is low enough that she can see the seam pattern in the composite overhead, the individual panels and their joins. The way the structure was assembled by hand she will never know. She is thinking about 15 years of morning walkthroughs, about a second nervous system, about knowing something by bone, by repetition, by the place in your chest that responds to it like a living thing. She's doing it, Varis says from the hidden room. Dae does not ask what she means. The technical language, Varis says. She's been using it to describe someone who isn't technical. For the last 10 logs. Dae closes her eyes. The water reclamation modification was praised. Not Petra. She does not respond. The archive terminal continues. The first commander's voice continues. Precise and controlled, and making itself smaller around something that will not fit inside the technical language, no matter how carefully she applies it. Dae recognizes this. She recognizes it the way she recognizes the sound of the ship under certain conditions. Not consciously, not as a thing she ever examined, but as a pattern she has been carrying without knowing it had a name. Her thumb presses against the side of her index finger. She leaves it there. In the hidden room, Varis goes quiet. They listen together separately, while the afternoon passes in amber and the recycler pulls its slightly labored breath and the ship moves on through the dark between stars that gives nothing back. Chapter 10. What the first commander said. The 43rd log is where the technical language finally breaks. Solène hears it coming from 10 logs away. The first commander's voice has been doing something for the last week of listening, something she would describe as structural fatigue if she were applying engineering terminology to it, which she is because she does not have better terminology yet, and the phenomenon is real and needs to be named by something. The voice is holding its shape, maintaining the precise professional register that it has maintained for 40 years of logs, but the shape is under load. The load is increasing. Something is pressing on the structure from the inside and the structure is performing, and Solène knows, the way she knows when a component is approaching its tolerance limit, that at some point the performance will be insufficient. The 41st log. The commander has reduced Petra's shifts due to a medical concern. The medical concern is described clinically. There is one sentence at the end of the log that has nothing in it that should not be in a duty report and that nonetheless does not belong in a duty report, which is, "She is sleeping now and the color has improved." Solène sits in the chair in the hidden room and goes completely still. She is sleeping now and the color has improved. This is not technical language. This is the language of someone who has been watching a person sleep. This is the language of someone who was there, in the room while the color improved. She looks at the doorway of the hidden room, through which she can see a section of maintenance corridor wall, and the edge of Dae's shoulder where she is sitting outside. She does not say anything. The 42nd log. Petra has recovered. Petra has resumed duties. The commander has filed the medical report with the medical officer. There is an adjustment to the duty rotation that Solène calculates took the commander approximately 4 hours to design, given the complexity of the coverage it provides, and which functions to ensure that the commander and Petra share at least 3 hours of overlap in each rotation for the next 6 weeks. The calculation is filed under operational necessity. Solène closes her eyes briefly. The 43rd log begins. The commander's voice is different in the first sentence. Not dramatic, she would never be dramatic. Solène has understood this about her from the first log. Precision is the form and the substance both. There is no distinction between how she sounds and who she is. But the voice is doing something different. It is choosing words more carefully than it has in 42 logs of careful words, which means it is approaching something it does not have adequate language for and is trying to get there anyway. The log begins with operational updates. Of course it does. Could not begin any other way. The operational updates take 4 minutes, which is longer than they need to be, and Solène recognizes this as buying time, and she suspects the commander outside in the corridor recognizes it too, and she suspects neither of them says anything about it. Then, Petra was reassigned. Transfer request, approved by the council. She filed it without informing me in advance. I learned of it through the administrative channel. A pause. I understand the transfer was correct on operational grounds. The position she has accepted is appropriate to her qualifications. There is no structural reason for her to remain on the command deck when a more suitable position is available. The voice stops. The archive terminal hums. I asked her, the commander says. Her voice has become careful in a new way, the way a person's voice becomes careful when they are trying to be accurate about something they do not have adequate instruments to measure. I asked her why she had not told me. She said, I thought it would be easier. She did not specify for whom. Silence. She was right, the commander says. It would have been. I don't. A pause that is different from the operational pauses, different from the time-buying pauses. A pause that has something inside it. I don't have a record category for what I want to note here. I have reviewed the available documentation and there is no entry in the operational log for. I did not want her to go. There is no notation I can make that captures. The recording stops. It resumes 12 seconds later. The ship is on course, the commander says in a voice that has closed something. All systems nominal. The crew is healthy. We are doing our work. End of log 43. Solène sits in the chair that belongs to a woman who has been gone for 60 years and does not move. She does not have a record category for what she is feeling either. She has several possible labels and she is not going to use any of them yet. Not in this room, not with the commander sitting 3 meters away in the corridor. What she has instead is the specific understanding of someone who has watched a person almost say something and swallow it back down, and she knows what that looks like, and she has just watched it happen in a 40-year-old recording, and she is looking at the doorway again at the edge of Dae's shoulder. She does not say anything. The archive terminal moves to the 44th log. They do not talk about the logs during the listening. This is an implicit agreement they arrived at without negotiating it, which is, Solène has observed, how they arrive at most of their agreements, by both moving in the same direction without announcing it. She runs the morning's recycler check. She sits in the chair and listens. She makes technical notations on her tablet during the operational content of the logs, which is useful data for the incident report, and she stops making notations when the operational content stops, and she sits with her hands still. Dae listens from the corridor. When the current file ends, she comes to the doorway. Next. And Solène presses play. They have been doing this since yesterday afternoon. They are now at the 46th log. The commander listens from outside the room and Solène listens from inside, and the first commander's voice fills the space between them with 40 years of compressed, careful, perfectly organized longing, and neither of them says what it sounds like. In the 46th log, Petra has married. The wedding was attended by a portion of the crew. The commander filed an operational adjustment for the shifted duty schedule. She does not describe the wedding. She describes the operational adjustment in complete detail. End of log 46. The silence in the room and the corridor is not comfortable. It is the silence of two people who have just heard the same thing and are both having a response, and neither of them is going to name the response first. Solène gets up from the chair. She moves to the doorway and looks at Dae, who is sitting against the corridor wall with her legs extended and her hands on her knees and her face doing the specific thing it does when she is affected. Very still, jaw slightly shifted, looking at a point in the middle distance that is not a point in the room. She knew the whole time, Solène says. Dae looks at her. The first commander. She knew. The technical language was never because she didn't know. It was because she knew and she couldn't. She stops. She is aware that she is arriving at a place she did not intend to arrive at yet, or possibly ever, and her mouth is ahead of her decision-making in the specific way it gets when she cares about something, and the caring is moving faster than her caution. She chose the language that was safe. Not the language that was true. And then it was just, that was the language. That was all she had. Dae is looking at her with an expression she cannot read. I think that's sadder, Solène says, than if she'd just never known. The silence. Dae looks away. Her jaw shifts. Her hands are very still on her knees and her left thumb is pressing against the side of her index finger in the way it does when she is holding something. And Solène has been in this sector for 2 days and she has already mapped this tell the way she maps everything. By watching and noting and not saying what she has noted. Yes, Dae says. The word arrives alone, without a sentence around it, without the professional structure she usually builds around anything personal. Just yes. Solène stands in the doorway. Dae does not look back at her. I'm going to check the recycler cycle, Solène says. Go ahead, Dae says. Solène goes. She runs the diagnostic she ran 3 hours ago because the diagnostic gives her something to look at that is not the commander's face in the corridor, holding something she has no record category for, choosing the language that is safe. The recycler output is 92.8%. The degradation curve is tracking as projected, negligible. She notes this in the log. She does not go back to the hidden room for the rest of the afternoon. She stays at the life support panel and works on the atmospheric calibration model she has been building, which will not be needed but which is something to do with the precision her hands need when her mind is doing what it is doing right now. She is thinking about Petra. She is thinking about 43 logs of technical language chosen over the true language, and what it costs to make that choice and what it costs to watch someone make it, and whether the cost is different when you are the one watching. She has been watching Dae almost say something for 2 days. She knows what it looks like. In the evening, Dae comes to the doorway of the hidden room and stands there for a moment, and Solène looks up from the calibration model, and Dae says, the 67th log. Solène sets the tablet down. She knows from the index that the 67th log is the last one. She knows from the index that it is dated 3 weeks before the second commander died in office, in her 61st year of service. She has been thinking about the 67th log since she scanned the index, which was this morning, which was before she heard the 43rd, before she heard the 46th, before she stood in the doorway and said the thing she said about the language that was safe. I haven't heard it yet, Solène says. Neither have I. Dae sits down on the floor of the corridor, which is not in the chair because the chair is Solène's now by some silent allocation, and which is not as far away as the corridor, but is the middle distance. We could wait. Solène looks at her. Dae meets the look. If you want to wait. She does not want to wait. She has never in her life wanted to wait. She does not tell herself good things will come to those who wait. She tells herself that the problem is here and the data is here and waiting is only useful when you need more data, not when you have all the data and are afraid of what it says. She presses play on the 67th log. The first commander's voice fills the room one last time. The voice is older. That is the first thing. Not weaker, never weaker, but older, in the way that something becomes more itself over time, more distilled. The operational updates are very brief. The ship is on course. The crew is well. Everything is attended to. She is, she says, leaving a full accounting of the system's status and her recommendations for the transition to the next commander, which she has prepared and which is filed in the administrative archive. Then a pause. Then, I have been recording to this terminal for 47 years. I am aware that no one has been listening. I am also aware that the record exists. These are not the same thing. Silence. There is something I want to say for the record. I have wanted to say it for a long time. I have not said it because I have told myself it would complicate things, that it would not serve any purpose, that the work was what mattered and the work was done and that is enough. The first commander's voice in the empty room, in the amber light 3 weeks before the end. That is not true. The truth is that I was afraid. The truth is that I did not have the vocabulary for it and I told myself the vocabulary was the problem, and it was not the problem. The problem was that saying it would make it real, and real things can be lost, and I had already. A longer pause. I was in love with her, the first commander says. I was in love with Petra and I never told her and she died not knowing and I have been telling myself it would have complicated things, but the truth is I was afraid. The truth is I was a coward. The truth is I would give every year of rank and service and discipline to have 1 more hour to say it clearly. The record light blinks. I am saying it now. It counts. She counts. End of log 67. The room is very quiet. Solène is not looking at the terminal. She is looking at her hands. She is aware of several things simultaneously: the recycler's thin breath, the amber light, the specific quality of the silence in the corridor behind her where Dae is sitting on the floor of a room she spent 15 years not knowing existed, and the thing that is happening in her own chest, which is not a new thing, which she has been carrying for 4 months, and which she is not going to do anything about right now, in this specific moment, because she is choosing the language that is safe. And she knows she is choosing it and she knows what it costs. She gets up. She goes back to the life support panel. She works until the lights dim for evening cycle, and the ship moves on, and neither of them says a word about what they heard. But she is thinking about it. She will think about it for a long time. Chapter 11 Maintenance. Day 2 has a particular quality by 0300. Dae is awake in the sealed sector's small hours, tracking the time by habit on the monitoring band at her wrist even though there is nothing scheduled, nothing to brief, no morning walkthrough to begin. She sleeps in segments when the situation requires it, 3 hours then up then 3 more if the situation permits, and the situation is requiring it. She lies on the emergency blanket she has folded in thirds against the corridor D wall, and looks at the ceiling and listens to the recycler and runs through her status check the way she runs through it every morning and finds structural integrity holding, life support stable, rescue operation progressing on the outside. One other person breathing quietly in the maintenance access corridor where she has pulled the second emergency blanket, and is either asleep or doing what Dae is doing. She does not check. What she does is lie in the dark and think about the 67th log, which she has been doing since they finished listening last night. The first commander's voice in the room's amber half-dark. The precision of it, even at the end, the way she said I was in love with her with the same complete, unadorned clarity she used for everything, as if she had finally found the operational language, as if she had been misfiling it all along and had only now found the correct category. I am saying it now. It counts. She counts. Dae thinks about this for a long time in the dark. She thinks about what it means to say something to the walls when no one is listening, and whether the walls make it real anyway, and whether real is a property of the saying or of the hearing, and she does not arrive at any conclusions, and eventually she stops looking at the ceiling and rolls to her feet and begins the quiet work of being awake. Varis is awake before her. This is not surprising. Dae has clocked her sleeping pattern over 2 days and it matches her own. Segmented, functional, oriented around the work schedule rather than any particular circadian preference. When Dae comes through the maintenance access corridor at 0340, Varis is at the life support panel running the overnight recycler check, her hair down because she is not working yet, or not working on the panels yet, which is how Dae has come to distinguish hair up, active maintenance, hair down, assessment and planning. The distinction is useful information. She does not examine why she finds it useful. The recycler output is at 92.3%. Tracking the curve, Varis says without turning from the panel. She knows Dae is there from the footstep cadence. Dae has noticed Varis doing this and has filed it away in the same category as her own awareness of Varis's footsteps, which is the category she is calling operational familiarity. We're down 0.5 from yesterday's evening check. The projected rate would put us at 89.8 by tonight. Still safe. Still safe. A notation on the tablet. I'll run a filter evaluation at midday. If the accumulation is tracking the way I expect, I'll know by this evening whether we need to service ahead of schedule or whether we can hold. Hold unless the numbers change. That's my read. She turns now, finally, and looks at Dae with the open directness of someone who is not performing wakefulness, which is different from the morning directness of someone who is. Varis in the early hours is somehow more herself than at any other time. The considered self-presentation that runs as a background process for most people appears to have no early morning instance. She is simply there. Did you sleep adequately? Varis looks at her. 3 hours in segments, Dae says, which is not in response to any further question, which means she volunteered it, which she notes. Same. Varis turns back to the panel and makes a final notation and then puts the tablet in her jacket pocket and turns back again, leaning against the wall beside the panel with her arms at her sides and her expression in the particular state it goes into when she has something to say and is deciding on the approach. I want to look at the conduit housing at the 12-meter mark. The single connection fault. I logged it for post-event maintenance. I know. I'd like to look at it now. Dae looks at her. It's been bothering me, Varis says, with the directness of someone who has stopped pretending things don't bother them when they do. The fault is single connection, non-urgent, but it's loose enough that if we have additional atmospheric pressure variance, the connection could slip further. It would take 10 minutes. I have the tool. You always have the tool. The corner of Varis's mouth moves. It is the specific movement Dae first saw in the disciplinary meeting and has been cataloging since. Not quite a smile, not suppressed amusement, something that exists precisely in the space between those two things and does not resolve into either. I usually have the tool, she says. Whether I always do is an empirical question. Do it, Dae says. She does. Dae watches without watching from the end of the corridor, performing the inspection of the atmospheric panel and in fact performing it, because the inspection requires performing and she is not pretending to work when she should not be. But she is aware, with the second map that has been building since day one, the map that includes footstep cadences and the position of tools in a jacket she has never looked inside, of the specific quality of Varis's focus when she is working on a problem she cares about. The conduit housing takes 8 minutes, not 10. Done, Varis says. Dae turns. The connection? Reseated and clamped. It'll hold. She is putting the tool back in her pocket and she pauses, looking at the panel. Someone serviced this last about 6 months ago. Good work. They just missed the secondary mount torque by 2 Newton meters. 14 instead of 16. Varis looks at her over her shoulder. The look has a particular quality that is not readable in the standard register, that belongs to the part of the second map Dae does not have precise language for yet. You know this panel. I know most of the panels on this ship. You know this one specifically. Not an accusation. The observation of someone assembling data. It's been corrected before. The primary mount shows evidence of a previous retorque. Older correction. Dae does not respond. The secondary mount is the one that needs the most attention, Varis says, turning back to the panel. The housing geometry puts more stress on it during atmospheric variance. Most people use the standard specification, and it holds well enough that no one notices until it doesn't. She pauses. Whoever did the first correction knew that. They used the correct spec. The silence in the corridor is the particular silence of something not being said while both parties are aware of what it is. Dae is, she thinks, becoming familiar with this silence. It is the silence they live in most of the time now. Good catch, she says. Varis looks at her again, briefly, and then goes back to the maintenance log. They fall into the day's rhythm the way they have fallen into every rhythm in the sealed sector. Without negotiating it, without announcing it, each of them moving toward what needs doing and arriving at a pattern that is more efficient than any pattern they could have designed deliberately. Dae takes the morning structural check. Varis runs the life support calibration. They eat the emergency rations at separate points in the morning because neither of them needs the social structure of a shared meal when there are tasks in progress, and then at midday they are both at the maintenance access in trance for the recycler midday check, and there is not a structural reason for Dae to be there and Varis does not ask why she is. The recycler output is 92.1. Slowing, Varis says. Slower than projected? Slightly. Which is better? She examines the diagnostic readout on the panel. The accumulation may be less dense than the model predicted. If that holds, we can push the service timeline back by several hours. She makes the notation. We're looking comfortable on oxygen through tomorrow evening. The rescue timeline midday update put us at confirmed extraction before tomorrow night. I saw the update. So we're fine. We're fine, Dae confirms. They stand side by side at the panel for a moment in the way they have been standing side by side at various panels for 3 days, which is close enough to share the readout, not close enough to be anything other than two people looking at a panel, and yet with the specific quality of proximity that is not only about the panel. Then Varis says, without any preamble, "You fixed a conduit housing in my quarters corridor." Dae looks at the panel. 3 weeks after I was assigned, Varis continues in the same tone she uses for maintenance reports, calm, sequential, interested only in accuracy. There was a loose connection in the C-section conduit housing outside my door. I flagged it in the maintenance log. The service record shows it was repaired the same night, outside the standard service queue, by an unnamed technician. The correction used a non-standard torque specification. A pause. 17 Newton meters. Dae says nothing. You'd have been doing your morning walkthrough, Varis says. You walk C-section. You would have seen the flag in the queue. The corridor is quiet except for the recycler. You fix things, Varis says, and the observation has arrived somewhere that is outside the register of maintenance reports, somewhere that is careful and precise and aimed at something other than a panel. Before people ask, before they know they need it, you adjust the temperature before someone mentions being cold. She pauses. The atmospheric panel in this corridor is set to 21.4. You change it in the morning and change it back. Dae is very still. It should be 22.4, Varis says. Quietly. Not pressing. Stating. For the circulation pattern to reach the cold patch at the 19-meter mark. The recycler breathes its slightly labored breath. Dae reaches out and adjusts the panel to 22.4. She does not look at Varis. Her thumb is against the side of her index finger and she moves her hand back to her side deliberately, consciously, and looks at the corridor in front of her, which is amber-lit and 38 meters of space that is smaller every day. The structural integrity of the F-junction is holding, she says. I know, Varis says. Tavic's update said the seal override analysis is complete. They're building the access approach. I read the update. Tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, Varis confirms. Neither of them moves from the panel. The afternoon light does not change because the amber emergency lighting does not change, which means time in the sealed sector has a particular quality. It is measurable only by the recycler cycle and the monitoring band and the internal clock that both of them are keeping, and not by anything visible, not by the gradual shift of the ship's standard lighting that marks the beginning and end of things. Time here is a number rather than a feeling. The feeling is something else. I'm going to look at the Section G pressure coupling, Varis says. It passed the structural assessment. I want to look at it anyway. She picks up her tablet. Then she stops. She does not turn, but she stops in the specific way she stops when she is going to say something she has not fully decided to say. The atmospheric panel. The correct temperature. A pause that is almost nothing and is not nothing. Thank you. She goes. Dae stands at the panel for a moment after she has gone. The corridor is the same length it has always been and feels shorter than it did on day one, and she is not examining this. She is looking at the atmospheric readout, which is at 22.4 degrees, and is correct, and is what she should have set it to on day one. She goes back to the structural report and does not change it. In the evening they are both in the hidden room. This has happened gradually over 3 days without either of them designating it as a place they go to together. It is where the archive terminal is, and they have been listening to the archive, and so it is where they have been spending the time when the maintenance tasks do not require the corridor. Varis sits in the chair. Dae sits on the floor inside the room now rather than in the corridor, which represents a distance traveled that she is aware of and not documenting. They have finished the archive. 67 logs beginning to end. The last one this morning. Now they are in the room without the logs running, which is a different quality of being in the room. The ambient hum of the terminal at standby. The amber light. The compass on the shelf that Dae set down on day 1 and has not touched since. The recycler's breath from the maintenance corridor, steady and slightly thin. Varis has her tablet open but is not reading it. She has her feet pulled up on the chair and her knees against her chest, and she is looking at the terminal, not at anything on the terminal, in the way she looks at things she is thinking through rather than looking at. She was 49 years old when Petra left, Varis says. Dae does not ask who she means. She had another 22 years of logs after that. All of them the same register. The operational language. Varis sets her chin on her knees. She had 22 years to say it to anyone, and she said it to the walls instead. She said it eventually, Dae says, when there was no one left to say it to. The room holds this for a moment. Dae looks at the compass. It is a small object, brass, older than anything else in the room except the terminal. A navigational instrument that has not been useful on a ship in 3 generations. Someone kept it anyway. Ren has been asking me for 15 years, Dae says. Varis looks at her. Not about anything specific. Just asking. She is looking at the compass and she is not sure why she is saying this, except that the room seems to function as the archive terminal does, as a place where the usual language has less purchase, where other things come through. I deflect. I have very good deflections. I've been using them long enough that I don't always notice I'm using them. Varis is quiet listening, which she is unexpectedly good at for someone who talks as much as she does. Sapphic has 6 years of trying to reach me through the chain of command, Dae continues. Because that's the only channel I've kept open. She pauses. I know this about myself. I have always known this. I filed it under. This is the cost. The ship runs well. The cost is that the people who want to reach me mostly cannot. And the cost you didn't file, Varis says. Dae looks at her. There's always a cost you don't file, Varis says. Not pushing. Observing. The one you don't look at directly because looking at it directly would require. She stops. I do this too. I have my own version. What's yours? A pause that is longer than the usual assembling pause. Varis is looking at the terminal with the expression that arrives when she is deciding how much to say and whether to say it. I know who I am, she says finally. I have always, even before I knew, if that makes any sense. The self has always been there waiting for the right shape. I found the shape. I'm proud of that. A beat. What I don't know is whether the people who think they know me actually know me, or whether they know a version of me I've made easier to know. Whether the real me, all of it present and specific, has ever been chosen clearly by someone who saw the whole thing. Dae looks at her. I keep waiting, Varis says, for someone to say it first. To choose without being prompted. She looks at her hands, which is its own cowardice, I think. Just a different direction. The room is very quiet. Dae is thinking, this is the feeling. This is the one I don't have a word for. This is what other people have been talking about. She does not say this. She looks at the compass. There's a cold patch at the 19-meter mark, she says. Varis looks at her for a moment. The look is the one Dae cannot fully categorize, the one that belongs to the part of the second map she does not have precise language for. Then Varis nods very slightly, as if this is the answer to a question she did not ask, and she unfolds from the chair. I'm going to check the recycler output before bed, she says. I'll update the incident log. Good night, Commander. Dae looks at her. The amber light catches the edge of her face when she turns, and the dark hair loose around her shoulders, and she is moving toward the corridor and Dae is looking and she says, in a voice she does not plan, Dae. Varis stops. My name, Dae says. It's Dae. A pause. Good night, Dae, Varis says. She goes. The maintenance corridor settles into quiet. The recycler breathes. Dae sits in the hidden room alone and looks at the compass for a long time and thinks about a cascade failure that was never going to happen and a panel housing that was never going to be a problem and a cold patch at the 19-meter mark that she has been stepping around for 3 days rather than fixing, because fixing it would require acknowledging that she had been in the room long enough to know where the cold patches were, and she does not examine this, and she sits with it anyway, and the recycler's slightly labored breath fills the room, and outside the sealed junctions the rescue team is one day closer. She does not record a personal log. She thinks about it. She does not. Chapter 12 The Midpoint. Day too late. The rescue timeline has been updated twice today. First at midday, when Sapphic confirmed the access approach was 90% engineered and the seal override analysis was complete. And again at 1900 when the update said tomorrow, which is different from today in ways that are both technical and not technical. Solène has run her evening recycler check and her evening structural monitor and her evening atmospheric calibration, and she has done them with the same thoroughness she would bring to any task on any day, which is to say, completely, and with attention to the small deviations that become large deviations if no one catches them early. The recycler is at 91.7. The structural integrity is nominal. The atmospheric calibration is holding at 22.4 degrees, which is where it should be. They are going to be rescued. Tomorrow, if the structural clearance holds, which is close, which is not the same as certain, but which is closer than it was this morning. She has been sitting with this information for 2 hours and she has not fully arrived anywhere with it, which is unusual. She usually arrives at conclusions. That is what she does with information. She assembles it, she models it, she follows the path to where it ends. But this information has 2 parts and the 2 parts point in different directions, and she cannot resolve them into a single conclusion. Part 1, they are going to be rescued. This is good. She would like to sleep in her own bunk and eat from the meal rotation rather than the emergency rations and be in a space where she can move more than 38 meters in any direction. She would like to see Yuki, who has been sending short-range comm messages every 12 hours that read like the messages of someone maintaining professional composure by conscious effort, which is unlike Yuki and therefore precisely like Yuki in a crisis. Part 2, when this ends, it ends. She has been in a sealed sector for 2 days with a woman she has been not thinking about for 4 months. And when this ends, the Aethon will resume its normal operations, and they will both return to their respective positions in the command structure, and the sealed sector will become a maintenance incident in the official record, and the hidden room will be catalogued and reviewed by the relevant personnel, and the 67 logs of the first commander will be processed by the ship's archivist, and none of this will require Dae Yun to speak to her about anything that is not an operational matter. This is the part she cannot resolve. She is sitting on the floor of the maintenance access corridor with her back against the left wall, and her tablet on her knee, not reading the tablet, when Dae comes out of the hidden room. She does not make any adjustment to her position because she is not trying to appear to be doing anything other than what she is doing. Dae stops at the entrance to the corridor. She looks at Solène for a moment with the unhurried attention that is, Solène has come to understand over 3 days, her resting state rather than a directed state. Then she sits down on the floor of the corridor too, which she has been doing since day 1 but which still arrives unexpectedly somehow. A commander sitting on the floor of a maintenance access with her legs stretched out and her hands on her knees. She does this without any apparent awareness of its unusualness. They sit in silence for a moment. The recycler breathes. The amber light is steady. Why did you become a commander? Solène says. The question arrives the way her questions usually arrive. Without warning, without softening, without the social scaffolding that would allow the other person to brace for it. She watches Dae receive it. The stillness that comes first, the brief refocusing of the kind of attention that had been resting into the kind that is aimed. The jaw that doesn't quite shift. The ship needed one, Dae says. That's what you do, Solène says. I asked why. The longest silence they have had in the entire sealed sector. Longer than after the 67th log. Longer than after the 43rd. Solène lets it be. She is good at letting silences be once she has made them. When Dae speaks again, she chooses words with the precision of someone using a tool for the first time. Carefully aware of each movement, attending to the result before making the next one. I had a commanding officer, she says. Before. The officer who trained me. Who made this work make sense to me. A pause. She died in a systems failure in my 2nd year as a lieutenant. A decompression event in the section, a primary relay. I had flagged the relay. I had filed a maintenance concern 3 days before. I was told it was within tolerance. Solène does not move. I followed the chain of command, Dae says. I did not push further. I had a doubt and I had the data to support the doubt and I filed the report through the correct channels and then I trusted the chain of command to handle it, because that is what you do. A beat. She died in the decompression event. The relay failed the way I thought it would. I was promoted into her position 6 weeks later. And you've been following protocol since. I've been, she stops. This is Solène understands the first time in 15 years this sentence has been started out loud. I've been making sure the chain of command works. If the chain of command works, the data gets to the person who needs to act on it. If the chain of command works, people don't die because a lieutenant was not certain enough to push harder. But you pushed your own certainty lower. The silence. Yes. You stopped trusting your own assessment. I stopped. Another pause. Longer. I stopped treating my instincts as data. I stopped filing them as evidence. They became noise I was supposed to manage. Solène looks at her hands. She is thinking about a maintenance report for a Section G pressure coupling that was filed 6 weeks before Dae walked down to Deck 7 to assess it herself. She is thinking about a panel housing torque to 17 Newton meters. About a temperature corrected to 22.4 degrees. About a brief that was rewritten and a cascade failure that was never going to happen, and a woman who reads maintenance reports at 5 in the morning before anyone else is awake and arrives at the correct conclusion every time, and cannot make herself trust that she arrived at it correctly. You trusted your assessment of the coupling, Solène says. That's why you were on Deck 7. Dae looks at her. The maintenance technician said it was within tolerance. You came down yourself. A pause. Your instinct brought you to the right deck at the right time. Dae is quiet for a long moment. The cascade analysis, she says finally. When I read your report. The first morning. A beat that is not quite a breath. My first reading of it was correct. Before I compared it to the specifications. Before I ran the numbers. My first reading was that you were right. She looks at the corridor in front of her. I put you on report. You also had the brief revised. Not fast enough. The same day, Solène says. You filed the revision request the same day you put me on report. Dae looks at her. The expression in this light is not the commander expression. She is not sure she has a name for what this one is. It is the expression of someone who has been given information that is simultaneously welcome and that arrives somewhere tender. That's still protocol violation, she says. Yes, Solène says. Both things were true. They look at each other. Dae looks at her for a long time. I've started to, she says. The words land with the weight of the most personal sentence either of them has heard in the sealed sector from an actual living person rather than from a 60-year-old recording. Solène feels this in the specific way she feels things she is not going to be able to put back into the category of not feeling, completely, and with the particular quality of something that was always going to happen finally happening. She does not move. Dae looks at her and then looks away, which is the look she always gives when she has let something through, and Solène watches this and does not say what she wants to say, and does not say what she is thinking, and does not do the thing that the 4 months and the 3 days and the first commander's last log and the temperature at 22.4 degrees are all pointing toward her doing. She is choosing the language that is safe. She knows she is choosing it. Tomorrow morning, she says. Tomorrow morning, Dae confirms. Neither of them means the rescue. Solène picks up her tablet and stands, and Dae stays on the floor with her back against the maintenance corridor wall, and Solène steps over her feet because there is not room to go around them, and she does not look down when she does this because looking down would put her face 6 inches from Dae's and she is not going to do that. She goes to the life support panel. She stands there for a moment without looking at the readings. Then she turns around. Dae is still on the floor, looking at the corridor in front of her. The first commander, Solène says. She said, I would give every year of rank and service and discipline to have 1 more hour to say it clearly. Dae goes very still. She had 47 years of logs and she only said it in the last one. Solène looks at the panel. I have been thinking about that since the 43rd log. About what it costs. About who pays it. A pause. I think the person who doesn't say it pays it. I think the cost is entirely theirs. Dae does not answer. I'm not going to be the one who says it first, Solène says, which is a lie she is telling herself in real time and which she knows is a lie and which she is saying because the truth is too large for the corridor, and she does not know what Dae would do with it, and she does not want to be wrong again about someone who seemed ready to see all of her and was not. I'm just noting. The cost. That it's real. The recycler breathes. I know, Dae says. Which is not an answer. Which is also, somehow, the thing Solène least expected her to say because I know is not the language that is safe, and it is not the operational language and it is not the deflection. It is Dae acknowledging the gap. which she has done once before, and which has each time arrived like a door opening into a room Solène had not expected to find. She nods once. She turns to the panel. She reads the recycler output, which she already knew, and notes it in the log, and the evening cycle dims the emergency lights by 3% in the ship's simulation of dusk, which is the only way time shows itself in the sealed sector, and the recycler breathes, and tomorrow morning is both close and impossibly far, and she works until she is too tired not to sleep. In the night, the rescue team makes its final structural assessment on the outer approach. In the hidden room, the archive terminal holds 67 logs and the space where a 68th would go. In the corridor, Dae lies awake with her thumb against the side of her index finger, and stays awake until she decides to stop. Chapter 3: The Math. The updated oxygen readings come in at 0614. Sapphic is at the primary operations console when they arrive, because he has been at the primary operations console for the better part of 3 days, leaving it only when someone physically replaces him and returning when they don't notice he has returned. He has slept 4 hours in segments, which is adequate. He has eaten twice, which is borderline. He has not done the math again, which he decided last night is a form of discipline rather than avoidance, and he is maintaining that position. He does the math. The updated readings are from the Deck 7 sector sensors, which have been transmitting every 30 minutes since the seal event, and which have been returning numbers that were fine and then numbers that were acceptable and then numbers that were technically acceptable if you applied the most optimistic interpretation of the degradation model, and now these numbers. He reads them. He reads them again. He sets the data tablet face down on the console, which is something he does not normally do, and he looks at the sector map. The sealed zone shows in amber. 2 amber indicators positioned in Corridor D and the Section G maintenance access respectively, which is where they have been since day 1 and which tells him that both people inside the sealed sector are in approximately the locations they were in the last time someone confirmed their positions. He knows the commander is alive because he spoke with her at 0400. He knows Varis is alive because the commander told him so, which is the entirety of the information he has about Varis specifically, because the commander's updates are operationally complete and personally minimal, which is how she gives every update and which has stopped being reassuring. He picks the data tablet back up. The numbers are recycler output at 91.3% and declining on a curve that has accelerated slightly from the projected model. Not dramatically. Not in the way that triggers the automated alert threshold. In the way that, if you are paying careful attention to the rate of change rather than the absolute value, suggests the curve is steepening. He has been paying careful attention to the rate of change for 36 hours. He does the calculation he said he was not going to do again. The rescue timeline is confirmed for tomorrow evening, 1700 at the earliest, with the access approach 92% engineered and the structural clearance holding. The seal override analysis is complete. The engineering team has the approach mapped. It is a good timeline. It is a timeline he built himself in which he trusts. What the calculation tells him is that the timeline is fine if the degradation curve holds. What the calculation tells him is that if the curve steepens further, the timeline becomes less fine. What the calculation tells him is that there is a margin and the margin is adequate and he is going to work faster anyway. He stands at the console for a moment with the data tablet in his hand and the calculation running in the part of his mind he cannot fully turn off, which is the part that was trained by 15 years of working with the most precise commanding officer he has ever encountered. She taught him to do the math. She taught him to trust the math. She did not teach him what to do when the math produces an answer he cannot act on directly, which is possibly an oversight in the training program, and is definitely not something he is going to flag in the incident report. He sets the tablet down. He does not tell Yuki. This is a decision he has been making and remaking for the last 12 hours, what to tell Yuki, who has been at the monitoring station since the second day with the focused, slightly white-knuckled competence of someone managing a crisis through usefulness, and who is currently at her station reading the same atmospheric data he is reading and is going to arrive at the same numbers if she has not already. He has been watching her. She has been modeling the degradation curve for 36 hours. She is good at modeling degradation curves. She is also 24 years old and has never been in a command position and is not, technically, part of the operational crew on this rescue. He made the assessment 3 hours ago that she already knew. He made the assessment 30 minutes ago that she already knew and had decided not to say it to him, which means she had made the same assessment he made about her. He has been on a ship with mathematically literate people for his entire career, and it is occasionally its own category of problem. He turns from the console. Kasha Mwangi is at the engineering station with 3 junior engineers, 2 of whom have been here longer than their shift requires and 1 of whom arrived 20 minutes ago, and is currently being brought up to the current state of the calculations with an efficiency that suggests Kasha does not waste time on context when the numbers will speak for themselves. She looks up when Tavik crosses the room. She does not ask him anything. She reads the data tablet when he sets it in front of her, and she reads it the way she reads everything, completely in one pass without asking him to explain it. Her expression does not change. Her expression very rarely changes, which is one of the things that makes her effective and also one of the things that makes her difficult to read when you want to know whether the situation has become the situation. She picks up her own tablet and begins working. He watches her for a moment. "The approach timeline," he says. "I heard you." She does not look up. "I'm already adjusting the sequence. If I compress the second phase and run the hull anchoring parallel to the override installation rather than sequential, I can take 4 hours off the back end. That adds complexity to the installation. It adds manageable complexity." She says this with the flat certainty of someone who has been managing complex installations for 20 years and has arrived at a precise understanding of the difference between complexity and risk. The hull anchoring team is ready. The override installation crew is ready. The limiting factor has been scheduling them sequentially out of an abundance of caution, and I am revising my assessment of how much caution the abundance should contain. He looks at her. She looks at him. "It's still within the margin," she says, and there is something in the sentence that is not only about the numbers, something that is the communication of one person who has done the math to another person who has done the math, a compressed acknowledgement of what they are both managing. "We will be within the margin. I will make sure of it." "I know," he says, which is true. He has worked with Kasha Mwangi for 6 years, through 4 system failures and 1 partial hull breach, and 1 catastrophic recycler replacement that the historical record will describe as the worst scheduled maintenance event of the 3rd generation, and she has never missed a margin she told him she would hold. He goes back to the console. He pulls the morning briefing schedule and begins revising it to reflect the compressed timeline. He files the updated rescue estimate with the monitoring log. He sends the revised approach sequence to the engineering team leads and schedules the parallel installation briefing for 0730, which is in 48 minutes, which is when everyone needs to be in the same room with the same numbers. He is doing all of this with the steady, precise efficiency that the commander trained in him, which is to say, he is afraid in the specific way of people who have learned to convert fear directly into useful action, and the useful action is accumulating, and the fear is being converted faster than it accumulates. This is what the commander taught him. Not in a lesson. In 15 years of watching her walk into situations where the numbers were not good and make the numbers better through the application of correct action, 1 step at a time. He wonders, not for the first time and not with any useful destination for the wondering, what it is like inside the sealed sector right now. He spoke with her at 0400. She gave him the atmospheric readings and the structural status and 1 sentence about the recycler that was technically within the update parameters and that contained, to his ear, an acknowledgement of the degradation curve that she was also not naming. He had not asked directly. She had not said directly. This is the language they have. It is usually sufficient. He thinks about the 6 years of morning briefings in which he has been working to expand that language and the specific quality of the resistance he has always met, which is not coldness, which is not indifference, which is something more like a structural load-bearing wall that has been in place long enough that removing it would require extensive preparation and support. He has never pushed hard enough to find out if the wall is actually structural, or if it is old construction that could be opened up safely. He thought, when the SEALs engaged and he saw her name on the personnel list, that he was going to have to do the thing he had not done, which was request a medical check that would allow him to hear her voice in a context that was not a status update. He thought, now I will know. What he knows after 3 days of 30-minute updates in the commander's precise, unvarying, operationally complete register, is that the wall is still there, and she is on the other side of it, and she is fine. He does not know if fine is the right word. He knows it is the available word. He looks at the sector map. The 2 amber indicators are steady. Across the command deck, Yuki Arndt is at the monitoring station. She has been there since before his shift began and she will be there after it ends, and she has not slept more than 4 hours since the SEALs engaged, which he is aware of and has not addressed because she is more useful here, with the atmospheric data in front of her, then she would be in quarters not sleeping. She reads the Deck 7 data with the focused attention of someone who has been given access to the one piece of the situation she can actually do something about, and she has been doing something about it for 2 days, and it is good work. He watches her for a moment. She is looking at her tablet with an expression that is, for Yuki, unusually still. She has done the math. He picks up his own tablet and crosses to her station. He sets it beside her without comment, which is the monitor display showing the revised approach timeline. She reads it. Her eyes move through the numbers quickly, and then she does the calculation he knows she is doing, and she goes still for a moment and then she looks up. 4 hours faster, she says. The parallel installation. Mwangi signed off. Yuki looks at the sector map. She looks at the atmospheric readings on her own console, the one she has been modeling for 36 hours. She does not ask him what he thinks the margin is. He does not tell her. Okay, she says. Which is not the word for what she is feeling, and they both know it, and it is the word that is available and useful, and so it is the word she uses. He nods and goes back to the console. At 0712, he files the accelerated rescue request with the operational log and attaches Cache's compressed timeline, and the updated atmospheric projections, and the parallel installation protocol. He looks at the timestamp. He looks at the numbers. He does not do the math again. He thinks about 15 years of morning briefings. About a woman who taught him that the chain of command exists to move correct information to the person who can act on it, and that the chain works when every link holds, and that holding means doing the job with complete attention to what the job actually requires rather than what you would prefer it to require. He holds. He builds the rescue operation, one correct action at a time, and he does not look at the timestamp again, and the amber indicators on the sector map are steady, and the morning briefing is in 31 minutes, and Cache Mwangi is already briefing her junior engineers in the compressed, flat, devastating efficiency of someone who has decided the margin will hold because she intends to hold it. He believes her. He believes her the way the commander taught him to believe people who have earned it, by watching what they do rather than what they say, and by trusting the evidence of 15 years of watching. The math is there. He is working faster than the math anyway. Chapter 14, Day 3. The recycler has been making the sound for 6 hours before Dae stops pretending she does not hear it. This is not self-deception exactly. She knows the sound. She has known the sound since the second day, when the output first dropped below 92%, and the diagnostic showed the accumulation curve steepening by a fraction she filed under. Within tolerance, monitor for change. The change has been monitored. The fraction is no longer a fraction she would describe as within tolerance if she were describing it to Tavik, which is why she has not described it to Tavik. She has given him the numbers. The numbers are technically accurate. They are also technically accurate in the way that the corridor A panel housing was technically accurate at 22 Newton meters. Correct enough that no one dies, not correct enough that she prefers it. The sound the recycler makes when it is approaching its lower performance threshold is a slight thinning of the pull cycle. Healthy recyclers sound wet, full like breath drawn through cloth. This recycler on the morning of Day 3 sounds like breath drawn through cloth that has been left on the line too long. Still functioning, audibly laboring. The distinction matters to ears that have spent 15 years learning the difference. She has been listening to it since 0300. She is at the atmospheric panel running the morning calibration when Varis comes through from the maintenance access corridor. And the look Varis gives her when she clears the entrance is a look Dae has been watching develop across 3 days into something she does not have a word for. It is not quite anger. It is not quite the opposite of anger. It has sharpened overnight in a way that suggests Varis has also been listening to the recycler. 90.8, Varis says. I saw the reading. Down 0.9 since last night. I saw the reading, Dae says again, which is not a different answer, and they both know it, and Varis moves to the panel and pulls up the full diagnostic without asking permission, which she stopped doing on Day 2, which Dae has registered and not commented on. The diagnostic comes back. Varis reads it with the focused stillness she brings to everything that requires accurate interpretation before response, and then she sets the tablet on the panel ledge with a deliberateness that is not quite careful and not quite not careful, and she looks at Dae. The filter accumulation is ahead of the projected curve, she says. The midday model I ran yesterday was based on the assumption that the accumulation density was uniform. It isn't. There's a secondary deposit in the intake housing that wasn't reading on the standard diagnostic. I found it this morning with the extended sensor mode. How far ahead? 8 to 10 hours. She does not qualify this. She has the quality Dae has observed over 3 days of delivering accurate bad news without softening it or inflating it, which is one of the most useful things a person can do in a crisis and also one of the rarest. If the secondary deposit is consistent, we will be at 84% by tonight. The rescue timeline is confirmed for tomorrow evening. That leaves approximately 24 hours at the degraded rate. Is 84% safe for 24 hours? At reduced activity? Yes. A pause that is the specific pause of someone including the full calculation. I want to service the filter today. With the secondary deposit in the intake housing, the standard service approach won't address the full problem. I need to access the housing directly, which takes the recycler offline for 6 to 8 hours. We discussed waiting on the service. The parameters changed. Dae looks at her. You said, don't create a controllable problem when we don't know the shape of the uncontrollable ones. The shape is clearer now. She holds the diagnostic tablet out, not a gesture of challenge. The gesture of someone presenting data that belongs to both of them. The uncontrollable problem is the rescue timeline, which we can't change. The controllable problem is the filter, which I can address. If I service it now and the 6 to 8 hour offline window holds, we come back up at near nominal output with margin to spare before extraction. If I wait and the curve steepens further, we are managing both the degradation and the extraction window simultaneously, with less margin. Dae takes the tablet. She reads the diagnostic. She reads it the way she reads every technical document. Once completely with the part of her attention that does not have a preferred outcome. The secondary deposit is there. The projection is there. The math is there. Start the service at midday, she says. Walk me through the procedure before you begin. Varis nods. She takes the tablet back and makes a notation. I'll need a 2-hour prep window to access the intake housing correctly. I'll want to set up the monitoring protocol before I take the unit offline, so we have real-time air quality data during the window. Set it up. Varis begins the prep. They work through the morning in the rhythm they have built over 3 days, which has the quality of something that was designed rather than arrived at, except that it was arrived at. Dae runs the structural checks. Varis runs the life support systems. They cross paths at the supply locker when Dae is logging the ration inventory and Varis is getting the service tools from the emergency kit, and they exchange 4 sentences about the intake housing access geometry, and then they are at their respective tasks again, and the morning has the quality of a morning that is going correctly inside a situation that is not going correctly, which is, Dae thinks, the best available version of Day 3. It is in the afternoon, 2 hours before the service window, that the argument happens. She knows it is coming before it arrives. She has been aware of the pressure building in the sealed sector's air for the last 24 hours, distinct from the atmospheric pressure readings, a different kind of pressure that is not measurable by the instruments she has available. It is the pressure of 3 days of not saying things in a space that is not large enough to hold all of the things not being said. She knows this. She has been managing it with the technique she always uses, which is to direct her attention precisely at what is in front of her and keep moving. The technique on Day 3 is working less well than it usually does. She is at the life support panel making the afternoon notation when Varis comes out of the maintenance access corridor with the service toolkit, and a look on her face that suggests the morning's prep has produced a complication she has not decided how to characterize yet. The intake housing access is narrower than the service documentation shows, Varis says. The 3rd edition housing manual has the correct dimensions. The 4th edition, which is the one in the service documentation, removed the dimensional variance note. I don't have the 3rd edition data on my tablet. I need to work from the correct dimensions. What are the dimensions from the 3rd edition? I don't know them. I know the 4th edition dimensions are wrong by approximately 12 millimeters on the left access panel, which is enough to make the standard approach fail. I need to calculate the correct dimensions from the physical access. How long? 40 minutes to measure and adjust the approach, which pushes the service window. Dae looks at the monitoring band. The service window starting at midday would bring them back online before 1800. Pushed by 40 minutes, they come back online before 1840. The margin is reduced but present. Fine. Take the 40 minutes. I already started. Varis sets the toolkit down on the panel ledge. She looks at Dae with the expression that has been developing, the one that is not anger and not its opposite. I want to ask you something. Dae waits. How long have you known the curve was steepening faster than the projections? The sealed sector is very quiet. I told you this morning, Dae says. You gave me this morning's reading. You didn't tell me you've been tracking the rate of change since the first day. She is not raising her voice. Varis never raises her voice. What she does when she is pressing on something real is go quieter and more precise, the way a laser goes narrower when the focus sharpens. I know you track the rate of change because you track everything. I know you've been doing the math. The question is why you've been doing it alone. I am the commanding officer. In a sealed sector. With one other person. Who is the person responsible for the life support systems? She picks up her toolkit. You run the numbers and then you manage the outcome, and you never tell anyone what you actually found. Dae looks at her. I am not criticizing your command decisions, Varis says, and she means it. Dae can hear that she means it, which makes the next part land differently. I am saying that in this specific situation, with these specific variables, treating me as someone who needs to be given a curated version of the data is not correct command practice. It is something else. Say what you mean, Dae says. Varis looks at her with the look that is not anger and not its opposite. You calculated the margin by yourself and decided it was fine and didn't tell me because you didn't want me to worry. And I am telling you that is not a command decision. That is a habit. The corridor. The recycler. Dae is very still. She goes still the way she goes still when something has arrived that is true and she cannot immediately manage it into a less true shape. And she is aware of her jaw shifting and she does not prevent it. The habit. She knows the word for the habit. She knows exactly what Varis is describing. She has known it for 15 years in the abstract and she has never heard it said to her face by someone who was both right about it and looking at her directly while they said it. The margin is adequate, she says. I know it is. I checked it myself, which is what I would have done if you'd told me 3 hours ago, and which I did when you gave me this morning's numbers, and which I can do because I am the person responsible for the life support systems and I am good at my job. Not hot. Not accusatory. Flat and factual in the way that is more alarming than any raised voice would be. I just want to know what you're actually thinking. The silence. The recycler. I know, Dae says. Which is not an answer and is also not the deflection, and is somehow worse than either, because it acknowledges the gap without crossing it, which is what she always does, and which has never before felt to her like the limitation it is, and which feels right now in the amberlit sealed sector on day 3 with the recycler making its labored sound, like the most precise portrait of herself she has ever been shown. Varis looks at her. She looks back. Something in the air between them is different from what it was before the conversation started. And it is the specific difference that a cracked wall produces. Not opened, not repaired, but no longer quite solid. The pressure that was built up behind it is finding the crack and pushing through it in the slow, inevitable way of pressure finding any available path. The margin is 9 hours, Dae says. Varis goes very still. At the current rate of steepening, if the curve holds and the service window goes as planned, we have 9 hours of margin before extraction. If the service extends or the curve steepens further, that margin compresses. She looks at the monitoring band. I calculated it at 0300. I have been updating it every 3 hours. I did not tell you because the margin has been adequate each time I calculated it, and there was no actionable difference in your work parameters. Varis listens to this with the complete attention she gives to technical reports. That is a command decision, Dae says. I know, Varis says. Which is not a capitulation. Varis is very still. I know it costs something, Dae says. I have always known. I filed it under. The cost is mine. She looks at the panel rather than at Varis, which is not evasion. She is looking at it the way she looks at things she is working through rather than avoiding. I am starting to understand that the cost is not only mine. The silence that follows is not the silence of something avoided. It is the silence of something that has cracked open and is letting air through. Varis nods once. Not dismissal. Acknowledgement. I'm going to start the service prep, she says. I'll monitor the atmospheric output during the offline window. I know. She goes. Dae stands at the panel for a moment after the sound of Varis's footsteps fades into the maintenance access corridor. The corridor is the same length it has always been and feels narrower than it did this morning, and she is not going to examine that. She is going to monitor the atmospheric output and update the timeline and do the work that needs doing, which is the technique, which is functioning, which is, she thinks for the first time without filing the thought away, not always sufficient. She reaches for the panel. She adjusts the temperature to 22.4 degrees. She leaves it there. Chapter 15. What she does with her hands. The cut is worse than it was on day 1. Solène knows this in the way she knows most things about her own body. Not from the pain, which she has been managing by not directing her full attention at it, but from the data. The cut along her left forearm, which she acquired on day 1 from the edge of a panel she was removing and which she assessed at the time as superficial and inconvenient, has been doing what superficial cuts do in a sealed environment with recycled air and no proper wound care. It has been working. Not infected. Not alarming. But the edges have not sealed the way they would have with a proper dressing, and the skin around it has taken on the particular tightness that means the tissue is doing what tissue does when it has been left to manage itself. She caught it with the sleeve of her jacket. She caught it 3 hours ago and said one sharp word and continued working because the intake housing access prep was not going to stop itself, and she is not going to stop herself for a cut she cannot do anything useful about. Except that the emergency kit has wound dressings in it. She has not opened the emergency kit for the wound because opening the emergency kit for the wound would require addressing the wound, and addressing the wound requires stopping, and stopping requires admitting that it is enough of a problem to stop for, and she has been not quite doing that. She is in the maintenance access corridor with the recycler offline, and the monitoring protocol running when she hears Dae come through from the main corridor. She does not look up. She is tracking the real-time air quality readout on her tablet and making the adjustment to the intake housing access angle that the dimensional variance required, and she does not need to look up to know where Dae is in the corridor because she has 3 days of footstep map and she knows the sound of Dae moving towards something she has noticed. She notices things. This is not new information. Dae stops. Solène keeps her attention on the tablet. Varis. She looks up. Dae is standing 3 meters away with her eyes on Solène's forearm, and an expression that is not the commander expression. It is the expression she uses when she has assessed a situation and arrived at a conclusion she is going to act on. It is the expression that precedes the temperature adjustment, the conduit fix, the 17 Newton-meter correction. The expression of someone who sees a problem and cannot leave it unsolved. It's fine, Solène says. Dae looks at her. I caught it earlier. It's superficial. The dressing in the emergency kit, Dae says, which is not a question or an instruction exactly, but is both of those things and also something that is more direct than either. Solène sets the tablet on her knee. She wants to say, I know where the emergency kit is. She wants to say, I have addressed worse than this without assistance. She wants to say the 3 or 4 things that are immediately available to her, which are all technically accurate and all of which are also, she is aware, not the correct response to someone looking at her with an expression that is not about the chain of command at all. She says, okay. Dae crosses the corridor and crouches beside the emergency kit, which is on the floor of the maintenance access where Solène repositioned it for the service work so she would not have to reach for it. She opens it with the efficient precision she applies to everything, and she finds the wound kit, and she looks at Solène's arm. May I, she says. It is not a phrasing Solène expected from her. Not a command. Not an assumption of access. A question, delivered with the same flat precision as everything else but with a register beneath the precision that is not flat at all. Yes, Solène says. She extends her arm. Dae works. This is not the right word for it and is the only available word because watching Dae with the wound kit produces no thoughts that are properly organized around language. What Solène has instead is observations. The temperature of her hands, which are cooler than expected and warm in a way that is specific rather than incidental. The quality of her focus, which is complete and directed at the wound and not at anything else, which means Solène can look at her face without Dae looking back, and she does, and she should not be doing this. The way she works from the center of the wound outward, the correct approach, the approach of someone who has done this before and has not forgotten that the correct approach matters even when the wound is not severe. The antiseptic is cold. Solène does not react to it, and Dae glances up briefly when she doesn't, and the glance is brief and gone before it becomes something. She cuts the dressing to the correct length. Not the standard length for this size of wound, which would leave overhang at the lateral edge where the cut angles down toward the wrist. The correct length, which is slightly shorter, which accounts for the angle. Solène watches her measure this against the wound before she cuts. And the watching is not something she is in control of. She is thinking, you notice. She is thinking, you always notice. She is thinking about the temperature at 22.4 degrees and the conduit in the C-section corridor outside her quarters and the morning 3 weeks into her assignment when she passed the panel housing and it was still incorrect and she had pressed 2 fingers to it without knowing what the gesture meant. She is thinking about what it costs to be noticed by someone who does not notice things casually, who does not perform attention, who notices because that is the form their care takes because it is the only form they know how to use. She is not thinking about the argument. The argument was 3 hours ago and they have not spoken of it since and she does not expect they will, which is not the same as it not having happened. Dae smooths the dressing over the wound. She does not release Solène's arm. The pause is 3 seconds. Solène counts them in the part of her mind that is always counting something, always running a parallel process that keeps track of the data while the rest of her does the work. 3 seconds. The dressing is on. The kit is closed. There is no technical reason for Dae's hand to remain on her arm. The 3 seconds are not about the wound. Dae releases her arm and puts the wound kit back in the emergency kit and closes the latch and stands up and goes back to the atmospheric panel without a word, which is the form her care takes, which is also the form her avoidance takes, and which Solène cannot distinguish between in this moment and is not going to try. She picks up her tablet. She looks at the ceiling of the maintenance access corridor for a moment. Then she looks at the real-time air quality readout, which is her job, which is what she is here for, and the recycler is offline and the air quality is holding at adequate and the monitoring protocol is running and she has approximately 90 minutes before the intake housing service reaches the stage that requires her direct attention again. She is not going to do anything with 90 minutes. She is going to sit in the maintenance access corridor with the monitoring readout on her tablet and the dressing on her arm that is the correct length and the correct weight, placed with more care than the situation required and which she can still feel, and she is going to think about absolutely nothing because thinking about this is going to produce a conclusion she has already reached and which she is not ready to act on yet, and she is a person who acts on conclusions and the only way she knows to not act on a conclusion is to not finish reaching it. She finishes reaching it anyway. She presses her palm flat against her knee and stares at the monitoring readout and does not say anything and does not move and the recycler is offline and the air quality is holding and Dae is at the atmospheric panel 12 meters away doing what she does, which is her care and her avoidance simultaneously, and Solène is sitting in the maintenance access corridor knowing exactly what she is feeling and having nowhere to put it. She takes her free hand and touches the back of her neck. This is her tell. She knows it is her tell. She knows it because Yuki pointed it out approximately 3 weeks after they met, and has never stopped pointing it out since, which is one of the less comfortable gifts of a friendship built on radical honesty. She is doing it because her arm is occupied by the monitoring tablet and because the feeling has to go somewhere and the back of her neck is where it goes. She stays there until the monitoring readout shifts to the next interval. Then she picks up the tablet and stands and goes to check the intake housing access because the problem is here and she has data and she does not wait for more data when she already has enough. In the main corridor, Dae adjusts the atmospheric panel to the next reading interval. Neither of them says anything for a long time. At some point in the late afternoon, they are both in the maintenance access corridor for the housing service, which requires 2 people at the midway stage. One to hold the access panel at the correct angle while the other secures the modified clamp assembly. The space is not designed for 2 people working simultaneously. They are close enough that Solène can hear Dae's breathing, which is steady, which is the same as it always is, which she finds simultaneously reassuring and maddening. Hold the panel at that angle, Solène says. And don't move when I say don't move. Understood. I mean it. The clamp tolerance is 3 millimeters. If the angle shifts while I'm setting it, I have to start the step over. I understand what don't move means, Dae says, and there is something in the delivery that is not quite wry and not quite humor and is the third thing, the one that Solène has been filing under, the delayed quality that catches you off guard. She does not look at her. She focuses on the clamp assembly. Don't move, she says. Dae does not move. The clamp sets correctly. The intake housing seals with the modified approach, which addresses the secondary deposit, which was the entire point. Solène backs out of the access angle and checks the sensor reading and it is correct. You can move, she says. Dae releases the panel. They both pull back from the housing access, which requires approximately the same physical negotiation as the morning when Solène stepped over her feet in the corridor, which is to say, accomplished without incident and with full awareness of the proximity in which it is accomplished. They end up standing beside each other at the maintenance corridor wall with 6 inches between them, looking at the access housing. Good, Dae says, which is the entirety of her commentary on the service, which is the commentary of someone who does not praise often and means it when they do. We'll see when it comes back online, Solène says. It will come back correctly. She looks at her. The certainty in it is not professional, not the operational certainty of a commanding officer. It is something more like, you will do this correctly because you are the person who does things correctly, and I know that, and I am saying it directly. It lands in the way that direct certainty from this particular person lands, which is differently from how it lands from most people, which is a problem she is not going to finish examining. 90 minutes, she says. 90 minutes, Dae confirms. They go back to their respective tasks and the afternoon passes in the amber light, and the recycler comes back online in 83 minutes because Solène was thorough in her prep and the modified approach worked, and the output reading comes back at 93.2%, which is higher than it has been since day one. She looks at the reading for a moment. She puts the monitoring tablet in her jacket pocket and goes to tell the commander. Chapter 16, 6 hours. The recycler sounds like breathing again. Dae stands in the maintenance access corridor at 21:30 and listens, and the sound is what it should be. Low full, the wet pull of a functioning unit running at 93.2%, which is the highest it has been in 36 hours and which is, by any accurate assessment, better than fine. She listens to it for a moment the way she listens to all the ship's mechanical voices. With the second nervous system, the one that lives in bone and 15 years of calibration, the sound is correct. She goes back to the main corridor. Varis is at the supply locker, distributing the evening rations with a methodical care she brings to every task she has decided is worth doing well, which is every task. She has the last 2 ration packets on the locker shelf and she looks up when Dae comes through, and for a moment her face does the thing it has been doing since the afternoon, something that is not the professional register and not the guarded register, and that Dae still does not have a clean category for. 93.2, Dae says. I know. I ran the check 20 minutes ago. Varis holds out one of the ration packets. Eat. We've been short on the ration schedule. Dae takes the packet. This is the kind of instruction she would normally reroute into something that sounds less like instruction and more like her own decision, which she is aware of doing and is not going to do right now on day 3 in the amber light with the recycler finally breathing correctly. She sits down on the floor with her back against the wall, which is where she ends up most evenings. Varis sits down across from her, which is also where she ends up most evenings. The corridor has 6 meters of space between where they each settle, and this is not an accident, but the 6 meters has also been getting shorter, and that is not an accident either, and it is 4 meters tonight. The extraction window is confirmed, Dae says. Tomorrow. 1700. I saw Tavic's update. Varis opens the ration packet with the clean efficiency of someone who has made peace with emergency rations over 3 days, and is now managing them as a problem with a known solution, rather than an unpleasant variable. He sounded relieved. He sounded professional. He's always professional. The relief was underneath it. She looks at her ration. He's been holding the ship together for 3 days. He's allowed to be relieved. Dae looks at her. He's a good officer, Varis says, which is not a statement she would have made on day 1. Better than I gave him credit for. A pause. I made that assessment before I had adequate data. You had 2 weeks of data. I had 2 weeks of a senior officer being correct about my protocol violations. That is sufficient data for some assessments and not for others. She eats for a moment. He went to bat for Mira. He stayed on the line until she confirmed clear. I don't have the right word. He was present for it. Yes, Dae says. He is. The word costs nothing to say and it is the accurate word, and she is aware that for much of the last 15 years she has been spending the energy she should be spending on the accurate word on the professional word instead. She is aware, increasingly, on day 3 in the 4th meter of the corridor, that this is a habit she is looking at from the outside for the first time, which is different from knowing it abstractly. They eat. This is not an uncomfortable silence. The silences in the sealed sector have been changing across 3 days in a way that Dae has been tracking with the same precision she tracks everything. Day 1 silences were the silences of 2 people managing distance within enforced proximity. Day 2 silences were the silences of 2 people who had stopped managing the distance and started managing what was in it. Day 3 silences are something else again. Something that has come through the argument in the afternoon in the maintenance access and the dressing on a forearm and 90 minutes of not finishing a thought, and has arrived at the particular quality of 2 people who are present with each other in a space that is theirs now, not by choice but undeniably. What will you do, Varis says, when we're out? She does not ask it the way she asks technical questions, which is without preamble, without softening. She asks it the way she asks personal questions, which is slowly, with the words chosen and placed with care. Dae looks at the ration packet. File the incident report. Brief the hull repair team. Review the archived logs protocol with the ship's archivist. She pauses. Walk the Deck 7 corridor myself and establish the correct schematic. That's what you'll do. Varis is looking at her. I asked what you'll do. The distinction lands in the specific place it always lands when Varis makes it, which is the place where the doing and the being are different things, and Dae has been filing them together. I don't know, she says. That's more honest. It's less useful. Not always. She has finished her ration and is sitting with her back against the wall and her knees up, which is the resting posture she uses in the hidden room in the chair, and which she has carried into the corridor over 3 days. I'm going to find Yuki. That's the first thing. A pause that has the texture of something real in it. She's been at that monitoring station for 3 days and she's been sending me calm updates in the most professionally composed language I have ever heard from her. Which means she's been terrified. Which means she has been doing the thing I would do when I'm managing something that's too large to look at directly. Another pause. I'm going to let her look at it directly. Dae looks at her. She's allowed, Varis says. She's allowed to have it be large. Something in her expression has shifted into a register Dae has not seen before, which is the register of someone whose armor is not down exactly but is present rather than deployed. I keep thinking about that. What we let people have. What we decide they can't afford. Dae does not answer. We do this, Varis says. Both of us. We calculate what the people around us can afford to know, and then we give them the calculation instead of the thing. And we call it protecting them. She looks at the corridor in front of her. But I don't think that's what it is. What do you think it is? A long pause. I think we decide for them. I think we decide they can't hold it, and then we hold it alone, and then we're alone with it, and we've made them smaller in the process because we didn't trust them with the real size of the thing. She is looking at her hands. I do this. I have been doing this in this corridor for 3 days. Dae is very still. I've been deciding, Varis says, that you can't hold it. That giving you the real size of what that it would be too much. That it would complicate things. The specific word, the first commander's word, delivered with full awareness of where it comes from. I have been telling myself the vocabulary is the problem, and it is not the problem. The recycler breathes. The amber light is steady. Dae looks at her. Varis looks at the corridor in front of her, not at Dae, which is the only reason she is still talking, which Dae suspects Varis knows. I'm not going to be the one who says it first, she said last night. The words are still in the air of the corridor, or in the air of Dae's memory, which is where they have been living for 20 hours. Not going to say it first. She can see Varis not saying it. She can see her choosing the language that is safe, which is the language she named and which she is still using, and she can see the cost of the choosing, and the cost is being paid right now in the specific way the first commander's cost was paid, silently in the language that substitutes for the other language, and Dae is watching it happen and she has the vocabulary now. She has had it since the 67th log. She found it there and it has been sitting in the available column of the catalog since day 2, the right word in the right category, and she has not used it. Her thumb is against her index finger. She looks at it. She knows that what she is about to say will not be the right words. She knows that she does not have the right words, that she has been building toward words for 3 days that are still not complete, that the vocabulary she is missing is not a vocabulary she assembled before she came into this sector, and is not one she will have finished assembling by tomorrow at 1700. She knows all of this. She also knows the recycler output and the extraction timeline in the margin, and she has been doing the math alone since 0300, And the math says there is time, but time is not the same as enough time, and it has never been the same thing, and the first commander knew the difference and spent 47 years making the wrong choice about it. She looks at Varis. Varis is looking at her hands. Solène, Dae says. Varis looks up. The word took 46 years to arrive at the correct address and is here now, and Dae does not have what comes after it. Not the sentence, not the completed thought. What she has is the name and the look and the thing in her chest that she has been cataloging for 4 months as difficult, insubordinate, remarkable, and has finally, in the amber light of a hidden corridor on day 3, found the correct category for. I know, Varis says. And it is the same phrase she used at the end of the argument that was not a capitulation and is not one now. It is Varis saying, I have the same data. I have had it for 4 months. I have been filing it wrong on purpose because I was afraid it was not what I thought it was, and I am less afraid of that now. The recycler breathes. Neither of them moves. Then Dae looks away, which is the look she always gives when she has let something through, the first step before she looks back. And Varis is watching it happen, and Dae knows she is watching it happen, and she looks back. Tomorrow, Varis says. Quietly. Tomorrow, Dae confirms. Neither of them means the rescue. She looks at the corridor in front of her. The amber light. The sealed junctions. The schematic she has been carrying for 15 years with this room missing from it. And the room has been here the whole time, fully real, fully present, carrying something she did not know to look for. She does the math. She does it quietly in her head one more time, and arrives at the number she has been arriving at since 0300. 9 hours of margin. A confirmed extraction at 1700 tomorrow. The recycler at 93.2 and holding. The curve reset. The work done. It is enough. She has spent her life making things enough. Making the margin hold. Making the variables stay within tolerance. She is good at it. She has been good at it for 15 years. She is aware, with the part of her attention that has been turning this over since the first commander's 43rd log, that there is a category of variable that does not respond to margin management. That there are things that need to be done with the time you have rather than with the time you can manufacture. She looks at Varis, who has gone back to looking at the corridor in front of her, who is thinking something she is not saying, who is also doing the math, probably in the parallel process that is always running. She should say it now. She knows she should say it now. She does not say it now. She turns the word over in the available column of the catalog, and she tells herself, tomorrow. And tomorrow is real, and the word is real, and she will say it when there is less pressure, when it is not the thing you say because time is running out, but the thing you say because it is simply true. This is, she understands somewhere below the level of conscious assessment, the same argument the first commander made in every log from the 31st to the 61st. She understands it. She stays awake watching Varis sleep, her back against the maintenance access wall, the technical schematic still in her hand, her hair down and loose and the cut on her arm correctly dressed, and the recycler breathes its restored breath, and the ship moves through the dark between stars, and tomorrow is real, and she holds the word in the available column and tells herself it will keep until morning. It will keep until morning. She stays awake. Chapter 7 in the log. Dae is asleep when Solène sits down in front of the archive terminal. This was not the plan. The plan was to rest for 20 minutes, the service is done, the recycler is correct, the extraction is confirmed, she has earned 20 minutes. And her body agreed with this plan, and then her eyes found the archive terminal in the ambient standby glow, and her hands found the interface before she finished deciding to go to it. She has not decided to record a log. She is recording a log. Personal log, she says quietly, because Dae is asleep 4 meters away in the corridor entrance where she has been sleeping since day 1, and she is not going to wake her. Solène Varis. Deck 7. Day 4. The record light blinks. She looks at it. She has never recorded a personal log before. She annotates things. Documents, manuals, the margins of her own palms when no paper is available. She writes letters to Yuki that she sends directly, in real time without archiving, because she does not think of herself as someone whose inner life requires preservation. That is for people who are concerned about posterity, and she has always been concerned only with the present and the next solvable problem. But there are 67 logs in this terminal from a woman who also thought there was no one. I don't actually know who I'm recording this for, she says. There's no one waiting for my logs. My mother is. She stops. It doesn't matter. There's no one. I think I'm recording it because there are old logs in this room from someone who also thought there was no one, And she left a record anyway, and I found it, and it mattered. Even though she's been gone for 60 years. It mattered that she set it to the walls. She looks at Dae's sleeping face, turned toward the corridor, the line of her shoulder in the amber light. She said it, Solène continues, in the last log, after 40 years of not saying it. She said, I was in love with her and I never told her, and she died not knowing, and I have been telling myself it would have complicated things, but the truth is I was afraid. The truth is I was a coward. The truth is I would give every year of rank and service and discipline to have one more hour to say it clearly. She is quiet for a moment. The recycler breathes its full correct breath. I've been thinking about that a lot, she says. For obvious reasons. She does not look at the terminal. She looks at the shelf on the right wall where the compass is. She has been looking at the compass since day one. It is a small brass thing, analog, decorative rather than functional, on a ship where magnetic compasses have not been useful for 3 generations. Someone kept it anyway. Someone put it on the shelf in a room that no one was supposed to find, and then they came here alone for 47 years and they looked at it. I know who I am, she says. She says it the way she says everything that matters, directly without softening. I want to say that for the record because I spent a lot of years not knowing, and I am proud of knowing now. I know what I want. I know what I'm good at. I know how I love people, which is too much and badly hidden, and usually inconvenient for everyone involved, including me. A pause. I know that I have been inconveniently, badly, too muchly in love with Commander Dae since approximately the 3rd week I was on her command deck, when she put me on report for being right, and I thought, yes, obviously, this is the woman who is going to ruin my life. She laughs once quietly, the way she does when something is genuinely funny and also genuinely terrible, the sudden complete laugh that is over before it's registered. She does not look at Dae to see if she's stirred. She's a baby is the thing. I don't mean that unkindly. She turns the thought over the way she turns every thought she needs to be accurate about. I mean, she has spent 15 years becoming a commander and not one single day becoming someone who knows what she wants for herself, and I have watched her in this room for 4 days almost say something and then swallow it back down, and it is the most heartbreaking thing I have ever seen, and I am furious at her for it, and I am. She stops. She looks at Dae. Dae is asleep, her back against the entrance wall, breathing in the slow, even rhythm of someone whose body has decided that adequate sleep is a form of operational necessity and is taking it. Her hands are loose. The left thumb is not pressed against the index finger, which is the sleeping version of the tell. The tell is the holding, and in sleep she releases it, and there is something about that small release that Solène has been carrying in the parallel process since the first night she saw it. She looks at her for a long time. I am so in love with her, she says. And the words are quiet, and the record light blinks, and the room holds them the way the room has held everything for 60 years. Carefully, without condition, without knowing if anyone will ever hear. I am so in love with her, and we are running out of air, and I am recording it to the walls because I watched an old woman die in a log 60 years ago, having never said it out loud, and I refuse. I refuse to do that. Even if she never hears this. Even if no one does. She looks at the record light. I said it. It happened. It was real. She stops the recording. She sits in the chair that belongs to someone who has been gone for 60 years, in the room that should not exist, and she looks at Dae for a long time. She looks at the specific shape of the commander asleep, the broad shoulders that are the same shoulders whether she is in command mode or not, the close-cropped hair going silver at the temples in a way that is not a concession but a fact, the line of the jaw with the scar she has never explained. She looks at all of it. Then she gets up and she goes back to the panel because there is still a problem unsolved, because she has never in her life left a problem unsolved, and because the recycler output needs a final check before the morning cycle, and she would rather be working than sitting with the full weight of what she has just said to the walls. The output is 93.1. Essentially holding. She notes it in the log. She goes back to the panel 3 more times in the night, at intervals she cannot account for except as the need to be doing something. The readings are consistent. The curve has reset. The work held. At 0230 she is at the life support panel making a notation when she hears a change in Dae's breathing, the shift from sleep rhythm to the segmented wakefulness pattern she has mapped across 4 days, and she does not turn around. She notes the reading. She puts the tablet in her jacket pocket. She stands at the panel for a moment. Output is 93.1, she says to the panel, which does not need the information. A pause. I heard the recycler, Dae says. Not groggy. The voice she uses when she has been awake for longer than the shift in breathing suggested. Good work. Thank you. Another pause in which neither of them says, I know what time it is. Neither of them says, I couldn't sleep either. Neither of them says any of the things that are available and true, and that sit in the small hours of day for like variables waiting to be resolved. Get some rest, Dae says. In a while. She hears Dae settle back against the entrance wall. The amber light is steady. The recycler breathes. Outside the sealed junctions on the other side of the structure that has been holding them in this space for 4 days, the rescue team is in their final prep, and the extraction is confirmed and tomorrow is real. Solène stands at the panel and looks at the readings and thinks about a woman 60 years dead who chose the wrong language for 40 years and then chose the right one when there was no one left to hear it, and she thinks about the record light blinking and she thinks about refusal. She refused. She said it. It happened. It was real. The compass is on the shelf 6 meters away in the room that shouldn't exist, and Solène cannot see it from the life support panel, but she knows exactly where it is and she thinks, someone brought that here. Someone carried a navigation instrument into a hidden room on a ship where navigation instruments stopped being relevant 3 generations ago, and they kept it on a shelf, and they came back to look at it for 47 years. She thinks that is the most human thing. She thinks she would have kept it too. She stands at the panel until the small hours settle into the quiet that precedes the ship's simulated dawn, and then she goes to the maintenance access and she lies down on the emergency blanket and she looks at the ceiling, and Dae is 4 meters away breathing in the slow even rhythm she returned to, and the room holds both of them in its amber patience, and Solène closes her eyes. She does not sleep, but she rests, which is a different thing and is enough. In the hidden room, the archive terminal holds 67 logs and 1 new one, and the record light has gone back to standby, blinking its slow pulse in the amber dark, patient as the ship itself, patient as the distance between stars, patient as everything that waits to be heard. Chapter 18 Outside before. The observation corridor on the far side of the command deck has a sealed panel on the wall where the sector map displays in miniature, and Yuki has been coming here at the end of each shift for 3 days now, and she has not told anyone about this and nobody has asked, and she thinks this is because the people who would ask are either inside the sealed sector or running the rescue operation, and neither group has the bandwidth for one junior recruit's personal management strategies. She sits on the floor with her back against the opposite wall, and she looks at the panel. The sector map shows Deck 7 in amber. 2 indicators in the sealed zone. She knows which one is which because she checked the corridor assignment on the first day and she has been rechecking it every shift since, a small ritual that has no technical value and which she has not stopped doing. The indicators are steady. They have been steady for 4 days. They are going to continue being steady until tomorrow at 1700 when the extraction begins, and she is going to be here at this station or the monitoring station or somewhere on this ship where she can see the readout, and she is going to watch both indicators move. Both. She needs to say something to the wall. She is aware that this is not a thing most people do, or at least not a thing most people admit to doing, and she is also aware that the people most qualified to judge her for it are Solène, who annotates her own palm when no paper is available and has never once apologized for it, and Commander Dae Yun, who stops at an observation port every morning for 4 minutes and 12 seconds with no stated purpose. So she does not feel particularly judged. Okay, she says. To the wall. To the sector map. To the 2 amber indicators that she has been watching for 97 hours. Here's what I want to say. The corridor is empty. She checked. I want to say that when you get out tomorrow I am going to tell you everything I have been thinking for the last 4 days, and you are not going to get to be professional about it. You don't get to be professional with me. We agreed on that in week 3 when you fixed my water reclamation calibration without telling me and I said, you are not allowed to fix things without telling me, and you said, technically I fixed it before you knew it needed fixing so you couldn't have told you, and I said that is not how that works, and you said it worked fine, and I said Solène, and you looked at the ceiling. She stops. The corridor is the particular quiet of ship's night, which is not silence but the low steady hum of a vessel that does not fully sleep, the same sounds Yuki has been listening to since she was born inside them. You looked at the ceiling, she says again. And I knew then. I knew from the ceiling thing. I've been watching you do the ceiling thing for 4 months and I know what it means, and I have never once told you I know what it means because I decided at some point that you would get there on your own schedule and my job was to be there when you arrived. She looks at her hands. I still think that's right. I think that was the right call. I am just saying it out loud now to the wall so that it has been said somewhere. One of the things Yuki has discovered about herself in the last 4 days is that she does not manage waiting well when she has done everything useful that can be done. She is good at useful. She is good at the monitoring station and the atmospheric modeling and the degradation curve and asking Kashamwangi for the correct data parameters and receiving them and using them correctly. She is good at those things. She has been doing those things for 97 hours and the timeline is confirmed and the work is complete, and what is left is the waiting, and the waiting is its own category of terrible. She is also discovering that she has more to say than she expected. You are going to be fine, she says. You always figure out the exit. That is the thing you do. You figured out the exit for Mira Solis, which I heard about from the briefing update, which was the most Solène thing I have ever heard in my life, systematically removing panels until you found the one that was hiding a whole other corridor, and then calculating the dimensional tolerances by working backwards from the accessible space and then getting her out. That is what you do. You are going to be fine. She pauses. I need you to be fine. The indicators on the sector map do not move. When you get out, she continues, I am going to tell you that you are the best thing that happened to me on this whole ship. I know that is a large statement. I have been thinking about it for 4 days and it is still true when I finish thinking about it, so I'm going to say it. You are the best thing that happened to me on this whole ship, and you are going to look at the ceiling when I say it, and I am not going to pretend I don't know what that means. I am going to stand there and let you look at the ceiling and I am going to say, I know. And you are going to say, I know you know. And that is going to be the whole conversation, and it is going to be enough. She has been holding herself together for 4 days with the specific structural integrity of a person who has found something useful to do, and has been doing it with complete attention. The structural integrity is in the observation corridor on the night before the rescue, performing less efficiently than it has been. I have also been watching Commander Dae's atmospheric readings, she says, because her atmospheric readings are part of the sector data and are therefore technically within my monitoring responsibilities, and also because I have been watching her for 4 months with the specific attention of someone who loves their best friend and therefore pays close attention to the people their best friend is trying very hard not to think about. And I want to say to the wall because the wall is not going to report this to anyone. The commander's atmospheric readings over the last 4 days suggest a person who is not sleeping adequately and is tracking the recycler output more frequently than the monitoring protocol requires. She pauses, which is, I think, the commander version of pressing your palm against a wall panel at the end of each shift. She looks at the 2 amber indicators. I don't know what's happening in there, she says. I know what the data says. I know the sector is sealed and the life support is holding, and you have been working the problem because you always work the problem. I know you have been in there with her for 4 days, which is 4 days longer than anyone else has ever been in a sealed space with Commander Dae Yun, which by any metric is significant data. She stops. I know you went in there with a maintenance report and a case to make about the Section G pressure coupling, and you are going to come out having also made a completely different case that neither of you is going to be able to file away under operational matters. She is quiet for a moment. I hope she heard it. I hope whatever needed to be said in there, I hope it was said. I hope the room was small enough. The corridor hum. The amber panel. I hope you said it first, she says very quietly. Because I know you. And I know what it costs you to wait. And I know you have been waiting for someone to choose you without being prompted. And I know that costs you something every time you wait, and I have been hoping that this one time, maybe in a sealed sector with nowhere to go in 90-some hours and the first commander's logs on the archive terminal, that you let yourself go first. She takes a breath. You are allowed to go first. You are allowed to be the one who chooses. You taught me that, actually. You do it all the time in every context except this one. She hears footsteps. She does not move. If it is someone from the rescue operation, she will stand up and offer to help, and that will be that. If it is Tavik, she will say she was checking the sector map, which is true, and she does not think he will push further. It is Tavik. He comes around the corridor junction and stops when he sees her, and he does not ask how long she has been here or why, and he does not suggest she go to quarters. He looks at the sector map for a moment, standing in the corridor with his hands at his sides, And then he sits down on the floor beside her. Not across from her. Beside her. Which is not a thing she expected. They sit in silence for a moment. The prep is complete, he says. The team is resting. We begin the extraction approach at 0600. I know, Yuki says. I saw the timeline update. The structural clearance is holding. I know that too. He is quiet for a moment in the way that she has come to understand, over 4 days of working alongside him, is not the end of what he has to say. It is Tavik assembling the sentence that is actually true rather than the sentence that is professionally adequate. She has learned to wait for the third sentence. Kasia ran the final margin calculation 2 hours ago, he says. It held. She said it would. She did. Another pause. She's very rarely wrong about margins. Yuki looks at the sector map. She'll find the exit, Tavik says. And there it is. Not comfort, not reassurance, not the professional version of both those things. Just the statement of someone who has been watching Solène Varis for 4 days from the outside of a sealed sector, and has arrived at a conclusion about her, and is delivering it as a fact. I know, Yuki says. Mwangi told me. He looks at the map too, the 2 amber indicators steady and small. She said Varis is the best engineer she's trained. A pause. She said it the way she says maintenance reports. Yuki almost laughs. It comes out as something quieter than a laugh, and she does not apologize for it. That's the highest compliment Kasia Mwangi gives. Yes. They sit with this for a moment. She's going to be fine, Yuki says. She does not know if she is saying it to Tavik or to herself or to the wall that has been listening all evening. She always figures out the exit. Tavik nods. He does not say, and the commander. He does not say it because it is in the air already, it has been in the air for 4 days, the specific something that Tavik carries in the frequency Dae cannot quite receive, and that Yuki has been watching him manage for 2 weeks with the patient, steady warmth of a person who has decided to wait as long as it takes. She does not ask him about it. He does not offer it. They both sit with it in the corridor, 2 people in the dark who know something they are not going to name tonight because tonight is not the night for naming it. Tonight is the night before. Get some rest, he says eventually. You'll want to be at the monitoring station when the extraction begins. I'll be there. He stands. He looks at the sector map for one more moment, in the way she has seen him look at it every time he passes this corridor, quickly but not without something inside it, and then he goes. Yuki stays. The amber indicators are steady. She presses her palm flat against the cool surface of the sector map panel, the way she has been doing since the first day. A gesture with no technical purpose, which is the point. Tomorrow, she says. To the wall. To the indicators. To the room on the other side of the seal, which is 4 decks and several hundred meters away, and which might as well be a different universe, which is how distance works on a ship that has been moving through the absolute dark for 3 generations. She stays until the ship's simulated midnight passes into the simulated small hours, and then she gets up and she goes to the monitoring station because she is not going to be anywhere else when the extraction begins, and she has already decided this, and she is done with the waiting, and it is almost morning. Tomorrow. Chapter 19. The decision. The structural integrity of the sealed sector begins to degrade at 1347. Dae knows this before the sensor confirms it because she knows the sound. It is not the recycler sound, not the atmospheric sound, not any of the mechanical voices she has spent 15 years learning to read by bone. It is a different frequency entirely, a sub-bass percussion through the composite panels of the Section H boundary wall, the specific vibration of alloy under stress load that is exceeding the tolerance it was designed for. She has heard this sound once before, in the decompression incident 12 years ago that left the scar on her jaw. Her body knows what it means before her instruments confirm it. She is at the life support panel when it starts. She puts her hand on the wall. There. Solène, she says. Varis is 3 meters away in the maintenance access, running the midday recycler check. She comes through immediately with the tablet in her hand and the question already in her face, and then she also puts her hand on the wall, and Dae watches her read it. Section H boundary, Varis says. Yes. The crack propagation. She is reading the vibration pattern with the focused attention she gives to everything structural, which is the attention of someone who has been taking things apart and understanding them since she was 9 years old. It tracked further than the initial assessment showed. The repair crew has not yet reached the H-boundary approach. Dae is already on the calm Sapphic. Here. His voice is immediate. He has been on the open channel all day. I'm reading it. Timeline. The outer approach is at the F to G boundary. We're. She hears him and Kasha simultaneously, the compressed exchange of two people doing the calculation in parallel. Pause that takes 4 seconds, which is a long pause for Sapphic. The H boundary degradation is ahead of the projected fracture model. Commander, we have one confirmed exit window before the structural integrity of the inner sector falls below safe threshold for the seal override. One exit window. She knows what this means. Location, she says. D-junction near side. The D-junction seal can be manually overridden from inside if the outer structural anchor is in place. The anchor team is. Another pause. 8 minutes from anchor placement. 8 minutes. The D-junction is at the far end of corridor D, 38 meters from the maintenance access. She does the geometry in 3 seconds. 1 exit. 2 people. The anchor team 8 minutes away. The seal override requires 2 steps. Anchor placement outside, then the inside release. Both must happen. She looks at Varis. Varis is looking at her. Her expression is the expression she has been wearing for 4 days, the one Dae does not have a word for, the one that is not anger and not its opposite, and underneath it right now is something else. The specific alert clarity of someone who has run the same calculation and arrived at the same answer and does not like the answer and is going to argue anyway. The maintenance shaft, Varis says. The access passage Mira used is sealed from the outside. You said it was. It's sealed. One passage. It cannot be reopened from outside. Dae is already moving toward the main corridor. We need to be at the D-junction when the anchor team is in place. Varis moves with her, which is the correct response to move, and they are in the main corridor and covering the distance, and the vibration in the walls is getting incrementally worse and the recycler sounds thin again. Not from filter accumulation but from the pressure variance beginning to affect the airflow as the section H boundary stress propagates through the adjacent systems. She hears it. She catalogs it and keeps moving. The D-junction is sealed, the heavy magnetic lock engaged since day 1, and it looks the same as it has looked every time she has passed it in 4 days. Solid, amberlit, final. The inside release panel is on the right wall, recessed, behind a safety cover that requires a deliberate action to open. She opens it. Sapphic, she says. Anchor team status. 6 minutes. The boundary degradation is accelerating. Commander. A pause in his voice that is not operational. That is the 3 seconds of Sapphic processing something he cannot act on and filing it anyway. I need you both at the junction when the anchor places. We're here. Both of you, he says. We're here, she says again. Varis is beside her at the junction panel. She has the monitoring tablet and she is reading the section H boundary data in real time, and her expression is the one she gets when she is working out a problem that has a solution she does not like and is looking for an alternative anyway, and the alternative is not there, and she knows the alternative is not there, and she is going to argue for it anyway, which is what she does when the problem is real. The passage could be manually cleared from the inside if, she starts. The passage cannot be reopened. The seal is rated for 1 passage. Dae does not say this harshly. She says it the way she says things that are true and non-negotiable, which is the same way she says everything. The exit window is the D-junction. Then we both go through the D-junction. The anchor team will be at the outer approach. The override is a 2-step sequence. Outer anchor, then inner release. When the anchor places, whoever is at the inner release panel activates it. The door opens. 1 person goes through. The anchor team. Can hold the door, Varis says. Cannot hold the door. She has done this calculation. She did it in the 8 seconds between the first vibration and the first comm exchange, which is not enough time by most standards and is sufficient time by hers. The boundary degradation rate means the D-junction outer approach window is approximately 90 seconds after anchor placement, before the structural load on the junction frame makes the outer approach unsafe for the rescue team. 1 person through the door. The door seals. The rescue team retreats to the F boundary safe zone and begins the secondary approach for the second extraction. The secondary approach. She knows the secondary approach timeline. She filed it 2 days ago when she was building contingencies she hoped not to use. The secondary approach is through the section G access, which requires additional anchor placement on the G boundary wall. which the current rescue crew configuration can accomplish but which will take time. 7 hours. She knows this number the way she knows all the numbers. She has been carrying it since she filed the contingency. Varis is looking at the inside release panel and she is doing the same calculation, and Dae can see her doing it, can see the moment when she arrives at the 7 hours, and her jaw sets in the specific way it sets when she has found a conclusion she refuses to accept. The recycler, Varis says, is functional. The curve has reset. The filter service held. She keeps her voice even, which is not effort. She is calm. She has been calm. She has been performing calm in life-threatening situations for 15 years and she is not performing it now. The secondary approach timeline is within the margin. The margin is within it, Dae says. You don't know that. I know the numbers. You are always alone with the numbers. The words come out with the same flat precision as the argument on day 3 but with something underneath them now that was not there on day 3. Something that is the specific register of a person who is frightened in a way they are not going to say directly. You are always alone with the numbers and I am telling you the margin on 7 hours is not. It is, Dae says. A silence. Varis looks at her. Sapphic, Dae says. Anchor team. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Varis is looking at her with the expression that has been developing over 4 days into something she has no word for and will not have one for, and she is looking back. And neither of them says anything for a moment that is very long inside 2 minutes. She should say it now. She knows she should say it now. The word is in the available column of the catalog where it has been since day 2, the right word in the right category, and there is no more tomorrow to file it into, and she is looking at Solène's face in the amber emergency light and she has the word and she does not have the sentence and she is going to say it anyway. She is going to say it without the sentence. She is going to say it the way the first commander should have said it in the 23rd log instead of in the 67th. She is going to say, anchor placed, Sapphic says. Commander. Now. 3 seconds. This is how long it takes her. She has made 1,000 decisions under pressure and this one takes 3 seconds and is the fastest and the most certain she has ever been. She does not think. She acts. Her hand on Solène's back at the shoulder blades, the warmest and most certain thing she has ever done, and she moves her toward the junction panel, and Varis's hands come up to the release and she activates it before she understands what is happening, because she is Varis, because she acts on the correct sequence of operations before the personal register catches up, and the door opens, and Dae's hand on her back is already a shove, and Solène goes through. Dae hits the inner release. The seal re-engages. The sound of the magnetic lock is the same sound it made on day 1. A heavy, precise, final click, the sound of a system doing exactly what it was designed to do. She puts her back against the junction door. She's through, Sapphic says. His voice has done something she has never heard in 6 years. She's clear. The anchor team is retreating to the F-boundary safe zone. Commander, I have you on secondary approach. 7 hours. Understood, she says. And she does. She understands completely, with the specific completeness of someone who made the calculation on day 1 in the contingency she hoped not to use and has been carrying it since. She understands the 7 hours and the secondary approach and the recycler output and the margin. What she understands differently now, standing with her back against the door in the amber light of the corridor that is hers alone for the next 7 hours, is that she should have been faster. She should have said it in the 23rd log. She should have said it on day 2 in the hidden room, when Varis stood in the doorway and said. She knew the whole time. She should have said it on day 3 when she went still in the argument and Varis said, I just want to know what you're actually thinking. She should have said it in the space between tomorrow and tomorrow when they both sat on the floor of the corridor 4 meters apart, and she held the word in the available column and called it enough time. She should have been faster. She is very good at decisions that require certainty. She is not good at the decisions that only require honesty. 7 hours, she says to Sapphic, to the corridor, to the recycler which is still breathing its correct breath, to the room that shouldn't exist 4 meters down the maintenance access corridor, to the archive terminal that has been recording voices into the dark for 60 years and has one new voice in it that she has not heard and does not know is there. She goes and sits in the chair in the hidden room because that is where she goes when there is nowhere else, and she waits. She is very good at waiting. She does not cry. She sits in the chair that was shaped to someone else's posture over 47 years and she looks at the record light on the archive terminal, which is in standby, blinking its slow pulse, and she does not press play on anything. She just sits. She is the corridor is the room is. Outside the sealed junctions, the rescue team begins the secondary approach. The recycler breathes. Chapter 20. After. Yuki is at the monitoring station when the first extraction completes. She has been at the monitoring station since 05:30, which is 90 minutes before the extraction approach began, which is itself 87 minutes before the anchor team reported the structural integrity deviation that changed everything. She watched the atmospheric readings the whole time. Yuki tracks it in real time. The anchor placements on the G-boundary wall, the structural assessment at each stage, the seal override sequence that is methodically different from the D-junction sequence because the geometry of the G-boundary approach is different and Cash's team has adapted the installation protocol accordingly. She watches the numbers. She models the revised timeline as each stage completes. She keeps the log. The atmospheric readings in the sealed sector hold through the entire secondary approach. This is the number she has been watching. This is the number she calculated and recalculated for 4 days, the output curve and the degradation model and the service adjustment and the reset, and the number holds and she notes it every 30 minutes, and she does not look at the clock more than she needs to. At 21:12, the second extraction completes. The announcement comes through Tavik's voice on the operational channel, and his voice does the thing she heard it do in the first extraction announcement, the thing underneath the professional register, which she has now decided is what Tavik sounds like when he is so relieved he almost cannot hold the flat tone that the operational log requires. He holds it. Just. Commander Yun. Extracted via G-boundary secondary exit. Alive. A pause that is 1 beat longer than the operational log typically contains. Stable. The command deck is quiet for a moment. Then it is not. Yuki takes her hands off the monitoring console and puts them in her lap and sits very still for approximately 30 seconds, which is how long it takes to move through the worst of it. Then she stands up and tells Tavik she is going to medical and he nods without looking up, which is because he is filing the extraction report with the operational log, and which is also, she thinks, because if he looks up he will do the same thing she just did with 30 seconds and he does not have 30 seconds right now. She goes. The medical bay corridor on Deck 3 is lit in the standard white that feels almost aggressive after 4 days of checking amber readouts in low-light spaces, and there are 2 officers from the extraction team in the outer corridor who she passes with a nod and who do not stop her, because she has been on the rescue operation for 4 days, and she is known to the operational crew in the way that people become known when they have been sitting at the same monitoring station through 3. She does not say any of the things she said to the wall in the observation corridor, which were true and which were for the wall, and which she will find an occasion for eventually, but not tonight. Tonight she sits with Solène's hand in hers and lets the ceiling thing be whatever it needs to be. I'm okay, Solène says, which is approximately as honest as the available language permits given 4 days in a sealed sector, and the specific shape of the last hour before extraction. The arm is, there's a panel edge. It's fine. Ren says it will close correctly. A pause. I'm okay. I know, Yuki says. Another pause. Solène's thumb moves against Yuki's hand once, in the absent way she moves when she is thinking through something, which is the same as the way she annotates margins and the way she touches the back of her neck when she is nervous and the way she laughs sudden and complete. Did they get her out? She says. It is not phrased as a question. Yuki understands from the phrasing that Solène already knows. That she has been in this bed for 6 hours and 43 minutes and she has been listening to every comm transmission and counting the time and doing the math, and she knows what the secondary approach timeline was, and she knows that the first thing she should have been told when she came through the D-junction was whether the approach was viable, and she knows that she was not told this immediately, and she has been sitting with that knowledge for 6 hours and 43 minutes. Yes, Yuki says. Alive and stable. 40 minutes ago. Solène closes her eyes. She does not say anything for a moment. Yuki does not fill the silence. She has been Solène's person long enough to know the silences that need filling and the ones that need holding, and this is the kind that needs holding, which is the kind you hold by staying exactly where you are and not moving. She pushed me, Solène says. I know. I activated the release before I understood what was happening. I know. She stops. I knew the geometry. I knew there was one exit window. I knew what the secondary approach timeline was. We both knew we had the same data. A pause. She decided it in 3 seconds. Yuki does not say anything. She's always been good at that, Solène says. Decisions that require certainty. The medical bay is quiet. The low illumination. The hum of the ventilation running clean and full. Not thin, not labored, the sound of a system functioning correctly in a space that has no reason to be anything other than correct. Yuki holds her hand and waits. I said something, Solène says eventually, to the ceiling. In the room, Solène looks at the ceiling. There it is, Yuki says. I know, Solène says. And there is something in her voice that is almost a laugh and is also something that has come through 4 days of sealed air, and a record light blinking and a hand on her back at the shoulder blades pushing her through a door before she had time to argue. I know. They sit like that for a while. The medical bay. The low light. Yuki's hand around Solène's. Neither of them speaks, and it is not a silence that needs filling. At some point Ren comes in to check the monitoring readout and notes, with the unhurried patience of someone who has been doing this for 20 years, that Recruit Ardent appears to have fallen asleep in the chair. They adjust the monitoring frequency without waking either of them. They turn the light down another 10%. Then they go to the corridor and they stand there for a moment, and then they go to where Dae is. Dae is at the end of the corridor. She is sitting on the bench outside the medical intake room, the one that is not inside the medical bay proper but is not quite the main corridor either, a transitional space that belongs to neither. She is in the clothes she has been wearing for 4 days, which are the clothes she was wearing when the seals engaged and which the extraction team offered to replace and which she refused, citing the debrief requirement, which Ren suspects is not the actual reason. Her hands are doing something. Both of them working at the cuff of her left sleeve, which is a gesture Ren has never seen from her, and which does not resemble the thumb against index finger tell they have been reading for 15 years. It looks, Ren thinks, like someone who does not know where to put their hands when the task is finished. Your shoulder, Ren says. Dae looks up. It's fine. You've been told that word is not medical terminology. Functional, Dae says. That one either. Ren sits beside her on the bench, in the way they have been sitting beside her for 15 years, without invitation and without apology. They have a thermos of coffee that is the correct temperature, which required calculation. They hold it out. She takes it. They sit in the corridor for a moment without speaking. This is something they have also been doing for 15 years, the particular quality of sitting beside Dae Yun without speaking, which is different from sitting beside most people without speaking, because with most people the silence is a space between things, whereas with Dae the silence is its own kind of communication, the frequency she operates on most fluently. Ren has learned to listen to it. What they hear tonight is something new. She's in there, Dae says. She is. Ren does not confirm the condition because Dae has not asked for the condition, and they have been listening to Dae long enough to know that she will ask when she is ready to receive the answer, and she has not asked yet, and this tells them something. Dae holds the coffee. Dae is very still. Ren lets her be still. Then, after a specific amount of time that the narrative does not say how long, Dae sets the thermos on the bench beside her, and looks at the medical bay door at the end of the corridor. She does not go in. Not yet. But she looks at the door, which she has not been doing since she sat down, which means something is shifting that Ren has been waiting to see shift for a long time, and they stay perfectly still beside her so as not to interrupt it. The corridor hums. The door is there. She looks at it for a long time. Then she stands. She does not go to the medical bay door. She goes to the corridor junction, which is the direction of the command deck, which is the direction of the debrief she has requested and the incident report she needs to file, and the 4 things she told Varis she would do when they got out, in the order she said she would do them. She goes the way she goes everywhere. Directly, without announcement, already in motion before the decision is fully formed. Ren watches her go. They sit on the bench for a moment longer. The corridor is quiet. The medical bay door at the end of the hall is closed. Behind it, Yuki Ardent is asleep in the chair beside the second bed from the door, and the monitoring equipment is running at the correct frequency, and the light is at 70%, and everything is, by the available measurements, fine. They pick up the thermos. They go to file the extraction medical report, which needs filing, which is the work, which is what they do. The corridor hums. The door is there. Chapter 21. What was found? The debrief takes 2 hours and 11 minutes. Dae conducts it herself, which no one questions because she is the commander and the incident occurred in her sector under her command and the incident report requires her direct testimony, and because the alternative is having someone else run it and she is not going to do that. Tavik sits across from her with his own incident notes and the rescue operation log, and they work through it in the compressed, information-dense shorthand of 6 years of morning briefings, and she gives him everything. The atmospheric readings, the structural assessments, the recycler service, the hidden room, the archive terminal and its 67 logs, the access passage Solène found, Mirasolis's extraction, the secondary approach contingency she filed on day 2. She gives him the D-junction sequence in the same register she uses for everything else, which is to say, accurately, completely, and in the fewest necessary words. Sapphic records it all. He looks at her twice during the D-junction section with the look that is not the professional look, the one that has been trying to reach her for 6 years on a frequency she has kept too narrow to receive, and both times she is already moving to the next item in the report and he does not stop her and she does not stop herself. She files the incident report at 0047. It is the most thorough incident report in the Aethon's records for this generation, which it should be, and which will serve the hull repair team and the schematic correction team and the ship's archivist and everyone else who needs it over the coming weeks. It is correct and complete. It does not contain anything that cannot be expressed in operational language. She goes back to her quarters. The quarters are the same size they have always been, which is not large, and which tonight feels larger than it has ever been in 15 years, which is a function of having spent 4 days in 38 meters of corridor and coming back to a space that is twice that and entirely alone. She stands in the center of it for a moment. The atmospheric panel on the wall reads 21.1 degrees, which is where she keeps it, which is where it has been set since she moved in. She goes to the panel. She puts her hand on the controls. She does not adjust it. She goes to the bunk and sits on the edge of it and puts her hands on her knees and looks at the far wall, which has nothing on it except the secondary comm panel and the ventilation housing and the faint seam where 2 sections of composite join at a slightly imperfect angle that has always been there, and which she has always noticed and never reported because it is within tolerance and causes no operational problem. She sits on the edge of the bunk for a specific amount of time. The narrative does not say how long. When she stands up, she goes to the terminal on the small desk and opens the operational log. She files the recycler maintenance record, which was not in the main incident report, because it is a life support systems document, rather than a structural event document, and which needs to be in the correct location in the ship's records. She files the Section G pressure coupling assessment. She files the schematic correction request for Deck 7, which will take the technical team several weeks to complete, and which she has organized into the correct sequence for them to address the corrections in order of structural priority. She requests 2 briefings, one with the hull repair lead for tomorrow morning, and one with the ship's archivist regarding the Deck 7 archive terminal and its contents and what the correct protocol is for cataloging first-generation personal logs that were not previously in the ship's historical record. She performs the rest of the night with perfect precision. She does not check the medical bay status. This is a decision she makes once at 0213, when the operational terminal presents her with the medical bay monitoring report as part of the standard overnight administrative digest, which it always does and which she always reads as a matter of course. She reads the intake report header, which shows 2 current patients in the medical bay. She does not open the individual patient files. She closes the digest and returns to the schematic correction request and finishes formatting it. She does not ask. This is the most accurate description of the night. She does not ask. She performs the work that needs performing and she does not ask, and this is not because she does not need to know. And this is not because she is managing the information the way she manages all information, which is by doing the math alone and arriving at the answer and deciding what to share. This is because if she opens the patient file and the patient file tells her what she suspects it might tell her, she will not be able to perform the rest of the night with perfect precision, and the rest of the night needs performing. She does not ask. She goes back to her quarters at 0430 and lies on the bunk without removing her uniform and looks at the ceiling for the remainder of the ship's night. Ren comes at 0800. They do not use the door signal. They have never used the door signal. They walk in with 2 cups of coffee and they set one on the desk and they sit in the chair that is not quite at the correct angle, but that they have never adjusted because it is not their chair and they respect this in a way that does not apply to anything else. They sit. Dae is at the desk. She has been at the desk since 0600 when she gave up on the lying and went back to the schematic correction request, which she has now formatted 3 times because the first 2 versions were correct and she needed to continue doing something. She looks at Ren. Ren looks back. Tell me, Dae says. 2 words. The most personal 2 words she has said to Ren in 15 years of morning walkthroughs and shoulder assessments, and you could have just told her she was right. She says them in the commander register, which is the only register she has available, which is the register that is also, she is now aware, the armor, and the armor is on because she needs it on right now and she knows it is on. Ren does not look away. Solène Varis, they say. Direct. No softening. They have known her long enough to know that softening is its own kind of harm. The injuries sustained in the sector were more significant than the initial extraction assessment showed. Internal. The recycled air compromised her respiratory function in the final hours of the secondary approach window more severely than the atmospheric readings indicated. A pause. She was alive when they brought her in. She was alive through the first 3 hours of treatment. Another pause, which is also information. She died at 0118. The room. Dae is very still. Her jaw shifts. Her hands are on the desk and they do something she does not look at. She does not speak for a long time. Ren does not speak either. They sit in the chair that is not quite at the right angle and they hold the coffee cup and they look at Dae with the expression they have always used for the things that cannot be fixed, which is simply present. Fully, unhurriedly present, the way a person is present when they have decided that presence is the only thing they have to offer and it is enough. I didn't ask, Dae says. Her voice is the commander voice. It is doing the work the commander voice was built to do, which is to carry the weight of things that would otherwise produce a different sound entirely, and it is doing it imperfectly, which Ren can hear and does not point out. I know, Ren says. Last night. I didn't ask. She stops. She is very still. The recycler in the quarters makes its healthy sound, the low wet pull of a functioning system in a room that has adequate air and adequate pressure and adequate everything the instruments measure. It is correct. Everything the instruments measure is correct. I knew it, she says finally. I knew who she was. I knew what I was, what it was. I have known since the second day in that room. I have been carrying the right word in the available column for 4 months and I have been filing everything that came toward it under. Not yet, not the right time, tomorrow. She looks at Ren. The first commander did this for 47 years. You are not the first commander, Ren says. I know. She died at 61 having never said it. You are 46 and you said her name in a sealed corridor, and you had the word ready. They are very still. That is not nothing. It is not enough. No, Ren says. It is not enough. They do not pretend otherwise because they have known Dae Yun for 15 years and pretending is not a thing they do with her, and is not a thing she would allow anyway. It is not enough and it also is not nothing, and both things are true, and you are going to have to find a way to hold both. The room. The recycler. Dae does not cry. This is not composure. It is something more like the specific quality of a person who has learned over 46 years to hold things in the place where tears would be, who has filed every piece of grief in the available column alongside everything else, who does not know yet that there is going to come a moment when the column is full and the filing system fails. That moment is not this moment. This moment she is very still and her jaw is shifted and her hands are on the desk and the commander register is working at full capacity and she is breathing, which is the baseline, which is what you do. She does what she always does. She breathes. She goes back to the schematic correction request. She formats it for the 3rd time and it is correct and she sends it. She picks up her coffee, which is cold. Ren takes the cup from her and goes to heat it and brings it back, and this takes approximately 90 seconds, and in those 90 seconds Dae does not move. And when Ren comes back she takes the cup again and this time she drinks it, and that is the morning. She files 3 more reports. She attends the hull repair briefing at 10:00, which is thorough and technical and requires her full attention, which she gives it completely, which is the one thing she has always known how to do. She requests a private access code for the Deck 7 sector for the official incident review. The access is approved the same day. She does not use it immediately. That evening in her quarters, she adjusts the atmospheric panel to 22.4 degrees. She sits in it for a moment. The air moves differently. The cold patch at the corridor wall that does not exist in these quarters, which have no cold patch, which have never had a cold patch, where there is nothing to compensate for, and she is sitting in 22.4 degrees in a room that does not require it. She changes it back. That is the last line of the day, and it is the most precise thing she has done in 24 hours, and it is also the most devastating, and she does not cry, and the night passes and the morning comes and the ship moves on. Chapter 22, 17 degrees. The room is still there. Months have passed in the way that months pass on a generation ship. measurably, in the rotation of duty schedules and maintenance cycles and the ship's careful simulation of seasons that no one on board has ever experienced directly, a collective memory carried in the circadian protocols and the lighting gradients and the nutritional rotation that trends toward the warmer foods in what the ship's calendar designates as winter. The hull has been repaired. The Deck 7 schematic has been corrected. The incident report is filed in the permanent record alongside the structural assessment, and the recycler maintenance log, and the access corridor dimensional data that Solène worked out by calculating backwards from the space itself. She had authority to seal the room, to repurpose it, to file it into the ship's archive as a historical curiosity and never return. She has done none of these things. She comes here in the ship's late hours, when the corridors are quiet and the emergency lighting is off and the standard lighting makes everything look ordinary and almost kind. She comes the way she comes to the observation port in the early morning, without filing the modification to her schedule, without a stated purpose, as the one inefficiency she has built into the days since the sector reopened. The room is 4 meters by 5. She has measured it properly now, with the correct instruments, the way you measure everything you intend to understand rather than only use. The composite fill compound in the door frame has been replaced, the door reseated and functional. The archive terminal is catalogued in the ship's records now. 67 personal logs, historical significance, first-generation hardware, pending full archival processing. Pending because the archivist is thorough and the logs are numerous and because Dae has, in the exercise of her authority over the sector review, requested that the full processing be handled with care and not rushed. The 68th log is also catalogued. She found it during the sector review, 3 weeks after the extraction. She found it the way she finds everything she has been circling without looking at directly, by doing the adjacent work until the thing itself was the only thing remaining. She had reviewed 66 of the 67 original logs as part of the incident documentation. She opened the file index to verify the count. She saw the 68th entry, dated Day 4, recorded in the early hours before the extraction team began its approach. She sat very still for a long time. She did not listen to it that day. She has been listening to it since. Tonight she comes through the corridor at 2300 with the standard lighting doing its ordinary work around her, and she turns into the maintenance access and through the door frame, and the room receives her the way it always receives her, which is, without ceremony, with the amber standby light of the archive terminal and the smell of old recycled air and the compass on the shelf that she has not moved, not once, in all the months of coming here. She sits in the chair. The chair is still shaped to someone else's posture. She has stopped noticing this, which means she has started to belong to the room in a different way than she did on day 1, which she does not examine. She looks at the compass. It is a small brass thing, analog, decorative, carried across 3 generations on a ship where it cannot point at anything useful. Someone kept it anyway. She has thought about why, over the months of coming here, and she has arrived at several answers and discarded them and arrived at this one, which she has not discarded, because it was something to look at. Because in a room with no windows and no destination and nothing to navigate by, it helped to have an object that was made for finding direction. Even if it could not find any. Even if you were the only one who knew it was there. She reaches out and activates the terminal. The file index appears. 68 entries now, the 68th at the bottom, the newest and briefest item in 47 years of accumulated record. She has listened to it 52 times. She knows the words by bone now, the way she knows the ship's mechanical voices, the way she knows the morning walkthrough, the way she knows the 47-minute difference between the recycler's healthy sound and its labored one. She knows this voice. She presses play. Solène's voice fills the room for the 53rd time. Not the log. Just the voice first before the words. The register of it, the particular speed and precision, the way it slows when the subject is personal, measuring each word. The way she laughs once quietly, at something that is genuinely funny and genuinely terrible. The voice that annotated everything and fixed things without being asked and went still before delivering bad news because she wanted to be accurate about it before she said it. The voice that said in this room in the amber dark, while Dae slept 4 meters away, "I am so in love with her." She listens to the whole log. She always listens to the whole log. She has tried twice to stop partway through, to spare herself something she cannot name precisely, and both times she could not do it. The log is 4 minutes and 12 seconds, which is the same amount of time she stands at the observation port every morning, And she does not think this is a coincidence, and she does not think it is not one, and she has filed it in the category of things that do not require a conclusion. The log ends. The record light returns to standby. Dae sits in the room for a moment in the particular quality of silence that follows the 68th log, which is different from the silence that follows any of the other 67. It is not the silence of listening to someone else's story. It is the silence of being in the room where the story happened, having been part of the story, knowing that the story was about her and was recorded while she was present and unknowing and asleep. She has been sitting with this for months and she has not resolved it, and she does not expect to resolve it, and she is here anyway. She has not recorded a personal log in 15 years. The last one is in the ship's administrative archive, brief and technical, the operational log of a commanding officer who speaks to the record with clinical precision. She reads it occasionally now in the late hours, not to remember what she said but to understand who was saying it. The version of herself at 32 who became commander before she became anything else and then stayed there in the performance for 15 years. She does not entirely recognize herself in that log. She does not entirely recognize herself in the mirror some mornings, which is a thing she would not have been able to say 2 years ago, and which is, she has decided, not a loss but a development. The self that is there is less complete than the one she intended to become at 32 and more complete than the one she actually was, and she is still working out what this means, and she suspects she will be working it out for a long time. She does not have the right words. She has known this since day 2 in the sealed sector when she found the word in the available column and could not make a sentence of it, and she has been knowing it every day since, in the specific way of a person who has spent 15 years building a vocabulary for command and protocol and technical precision, and is now standing at the edge of something that requires different words. She does not have them. She is assembling them slowly, the way she assembles everything she intends to understand rather than only use, by returning and attending, and doing the adjacent work until the thing itself is the only thing remaining. She reaches out. The record light blinks on. She does not know how to begin. She has been thinking about how to begin for months and she does not have it. She has the record light and the amber room and the compass and the silence that follows the 68th log and the specific knowledge, sitting in her chest where she has been carrying it, that not having the words is not a reason to stay silent. That the first commander stayed silent for 47 years because she did not have the words, and that the silence was not the right response to not having the words. That there is a different response. Personal log, she says. Her voice sounds strange to her. Stripped of the commander register. She has been working on this, the stripping, it has been slow, it is not complete. What comes out is somewhere between the two, not the full armor, not the full absence of it. The voice of a person in the process of finding out who she is when the rank is off. She does not try to adjust it. This is the voice that is available. She will use it. Dae Yun. Deck 7. She looks at the compass. I was in love with her. The recycler breathes its full correct breath. The filter service held. Someone fixed it properly after. Someone who knew exactly what she was doing and why it mattered, and who went back to the problem because she had never in her life left a problem unsolved. I was in love with her and I didn't say it, and I have been telling myself it would have complicated things. She stops. The jaw shift that she no longer prevents. That's not true. The truth is that I didn't have the word for it. I had spent so long not knowing myself that when something true finally arrived I didn't recognize it. I thought it was a problem to be managed. I thought it was a variable to control. She is quiet for a moment. I was 45 years old when she resubmitted a technical brief with annotations and walked into my briefing room 12 minutes late and presented the math without notes. And I thought, difficult. I thought, insubordinate. I thought, remarkable the way a landmark is remarkable. Something you navigate by without admitting you have been using it to find your way. A pause. I was 46 years old before I admitted it. 4 months and 4 days in a sealed sector, 67 logs. A recycler that sounded thin. And I was sitting on the floor of a maintenance corridor calling it assessment. She looks at the record light. She stops. The ship hums around her. 3 generations from anywhere. 3 generations of people who were born on this ship and lived their whole lives on this ship and died on this ship without ever standing on ground, without ever seeing a horizon, without ever seeing the sun they are traveling toward with something other than the instruments that tell them it is there. 3 generations of people who fell in love in sealed corridors and died not saying it and said it finally to the walls and left the record for whoever came after. She is whoever came after. I know who I am, she says. Slowly, like she is learning the shape of the words which she is. I think I am still figuring that out. I think I might be figuring it out for a while yet. A pause. I know that I am a woman who became a commander before she became herself, and has been working backwards ever since. I know that I have used the chain of command as the language of care for 15 years because it was the only channel I kept open, and it was not adequate, and I knew it was not adequate, and I told myself the cost was only mine. She is very still. I know now that the cost was not only mine. She looks at where the compass is on the shelf, the small brass thing pointing at nothing useful, carried across the dark between stars because someone needed something to look at. I know that I loved someone and it was real, and she was real, and she mattered, and I am not going to let it be the kind of thing that only gets said to the walls after it's too late. The record light blinks. I am saying it now. It counts. She counts. She reaches out and stops the recording. She sits for a long time. The room holds her the way it has always held everyone who came here. Carefully, without condition, patient as the ship itself, patient as the distance between stars. She is not the first person to sit in this chair in the dark with a thing unsaid. She will not be the last. The room does not judge the timing. It only records the saying. She thinks about correction. She thinks about how a small shift, made clearly, made without hesitation, can change the entire trajectory. How it is never too late to adjust the heading. How the distance remaining is always longer than the distance traveled, and how this is not a reason to despair but a reason to move, and how 17 degrees off course is not lost, it is correctable, and the correction is what you make it. She thinks about the morning walk-through, the observation port, the dark between stars that she has stood in front of every morning for 15 years looking at without finding anything that looked back. She does not know if the dark will look different tomorrow morning. She does not know if she will feel any different standing at the observation port. She does not know if there is a version of correction that produces something clean and final, some morning when she stands at the port and feels the full weight of the adjustment and is done with it. She suspects not. She suspects the adjustment is not an event but a direction, something you commit to and keep committing to, something you correct for every morning when you begin the walkthrough. She thinks about Solène's laugh. Sudden. Complete. Like a system coming fully online. The way it arrived without warning and was over before it was registered and was also somehow the only thing in the room for a moment after. She breathes. The recycler breathes with her. She picks up the compass. She has not picked it up since day one, when she set it down carefully and left it on the shelf. Now she holds it in her palm and feels the weight of it, which is slight, which is all brass and no function, which is 3 generations old and has been sitting in this room being looked at for longer than anyone now living has been alive. She sets it back on the shelf. She goes to the observation port. She stands there in the standard lighting that makes everything look ordinary and almost kind, and she looks at the dark between stars. It is the same dark. Absolute, unreturning, the specific darkness of distance. She has looked at it every morning for 15 years, and it has never moved her the way she suspected it was supposed to, and she has never known what that said about her. Tonight it does not move her either. But she is moved by something else standing here, which is the awareness that she is here. Not waiting for the walkthrough to end, the Deck 7 file arrives in Sable Farron's queue on a Tuesday. This is not unusual. Historical files arrive in her queue with the regularity of maintenance cycles, which is to say, on a schedule that other people set and that she inherits, the accumulated record of a ship 3 generations deep in its own history. She processes them with the care she gives to all of them, which is the care of someone who understands that what gets recorded is what gets to have existed, and that her work is therefore less about cataloging and more about custody. She is the custodian. She does not take that lightly. The Deck 7 file is flagged for priority processing because of the incident report attached to it. A hull breach, a sealed sector, an archive terminal recovered from a room that should not have existed. Standard notation from the commander. First-generation hardware, 67 personal logs of historical significance, 1 additional log of more recent date, all requiring archival processing and incorporation into the ship's permanent historical record. 1 additional log. She notes this and files it and begins with the 67. The first-generation logs take 3 weeks to process, which is fast for their age and volume and the care they require. The hardware is old but intact, which means whoever maintained the emergency power to that room across 3 generations of scheduled and unscheduled power management decisions kept it on the list without, apparently, anyone asking why. She adds a notation to the archival record. Power continuity to undocumented sector, source unclear, recommend investigation of maintenance logs to determine if deliberate preservation or administrative oversight. She suspects the former. She does not know why she suspects it. She listens to all 67 logs. This is not strictly necessary. Standard processing requires content summary, date verification, subject identification, cross-referencing with known historical record. She has the tools to do this without listening to each file in full. She listens to them in full anyway because that is how she does this work, because she has always believed that a record is not a record if no one receives it, and that receiving it requires attention, not just processing. The second commander's voice is a particular kind of voice. She is, in the files, precise and spare and dry in a way that arrives unexpectedly sometimes. A line in the 28th log about the atmospheric recalibration that is also, unmistakably, about something else, and Sable has to stop the playback and sit with it for a moment before she can continue. She continues. She always continues. By the 43rd log she has a complete picture of the arc. By the 67th she sits very still for a long time. Then she closes the file. The 68th log. She has been aware of it for 3 weeks, the way you are aware of the last item in a list before you reach it, the specific quality of attention that a final thing commands even before it arrives. She opens it. She presses play. The voice is different from the 67. Younger. Quicker in its technical contexts and slower in its personal ones. A voice that is taking things apart and understanding them as it goes, arriving at each word with the precision of someone who wants to be accurate about what she is saying before she says it. A voice that has not been saying this for 40 years. A voice that is saying it for the first time, in a room full of 67 years of someone else's accumulated silence, and saying it because she found the silence and refused to add to it. I am so in love with her. The log is 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Sable Farron sits very still for a long time after it ends. She processes the notation without hurry. She does not rush this part. She adds the 68th log to the formal catalog entry with the correct metadata, the correct date, the correct authorship. She adds a file note to the Deck 7 record. 2 logs recorded 4 days apart, by 2 women who were never in the same room at the same time when they said what they needed to say. She looks at this sentence for a moment. She leaves it in. She marks the file. Of historical significance, personal. She routes it to the permanent record with the recommendation that both logs receive preservation priority, and that the 67th and 68th files be cross-cataloged given the nature of their contents. She attaches the relevant incident report documentation. She closes the file. She sits at her desk for a moment. Her desk in the archive room, which is small and well lit and full of the accumulated record of 3 generations of people who were born on this ship and lived their whole lives on this ship and looked at the same dark between stars that she looks at and felt the same things humans feel when the distance is absolute and the destination is real and the life being lived is the only life available. She has been sitting at this desk for 11 years. She knows its particular quality of quiet, the way the ventilation sounds in this room, the faint hum of the server housing that holds the ship's permanent record. She knows this. She has always found it sufficient, adequate to what she needed from a day's work. Tonight it is something more than sufficient, which is full. The way a room feels when it has been properly filled, when the thing that was waiting to be in it has been brought in and placed correctly and will remain. She stands up. She closes the workstation. She goes to find her wife. Her wife is in the main room of their quarters, which is 2 decks up and 4 corridors over, reading something with the easy, settled quality of a person who has been in the same space with the same person for a long time and has no need to perform either the space or the person. She looks up when Sable comes in, with the uncomplicated attention of someone for whom looking up when the other person arrives is simply what you do. "Everything okay?" she asks. Sable looks at her. At the particular angle of her face in the quarters lighting, which she knows the way she knows the archival equipment and the server hum and the 3-generation voice of the ship around her, by bone, by repetition, by the place in her chest that responds to it like a secondary nervous system. She looks at her and thinks about a woman who described her second-in-command in technical terms for 40 years. She thinks about a voice in a sealed room saying, "I refuse." She thinks about a compass on a shelf pointing at nothing useful. Yes, she says. She stops. She sits down. Her wife sets down what she was reading, not closing it, the corner held with a thumb, which is the gesture that means, I am here, you have my full attention, I am also not going anywhere. Yes, Sable says again. Her wife does not ask again. This is what it means to be known. Not that the person always understands, not that there are no gaps, not that every log is processed and every word is received and every silence is filled. It means that when you sit down without being able to explain why, the person across from you holds the corner of what they were reading and does not ask again and is simply there, in the dark between stars, in the ship that is moving towards something none of them will live to reach, in the room that is warm and lit and full. She reaches out. Her wife takes her hand. That is the last line of the novel. The shape of being known, quiet and intact, in the dark between stars. End. 17 degrees off course.